are all required for growing and learning. If we do not support our kids to this end, and and and if the schools if the children have malnutrition, they may have failed to continue their classes, and they may have failed in developing in their courses. So our ministry pays great attention on this. We are organizing a lot of activities to this end because we want to grow and prosper, because the children and the youth should be trained as sensitive individuals. It's a mission for all of us. It's a life. Thinking how to deliver better and enriched experiences. We are now reviewing our educational systems to better adapt to pandemics, natural disasters, or times of conflict. The pandemic has become an opportunity for innovation in education, and and a healthy
health literacy, and this results in various health issues, which is one of the conclusions of this survey. And this was basically our starting point, and this is why we wanted to organize an international conference on health and nutrition literacy and education. So once again, thank you very much for your participation at today's conference. As you know, the Sabri Ülker Foundation is an independent and scientific non-profit organization which wants to foster everything revolving around health, a healthy lifestyle, awareness, and nutrition. And this is why we continue our efforts in this regard. And Sabri Ülker Foundation wants to tackle the vast array of information that might be from time to time misleading. Here you can see a different assortment of different conferences and organizations that we have either joined or organized revolving around this topic, all with the aim to get our country forward and put our country forward. These are the valuable members of our scientific committee, and I'd like to thank all of them for their efforts and participation on your behalf and my personal behalf once again. The survey I have just mentioned is a very important one, and this conference is organized based on the results and conclusions of this survey. We will discuss today with valuable presenters and participants what we can do revolving around these issues. But let me first talk about one of Sabri Ülker Foundation's important projects, balance in food or on the table. Public health, children, and the health of next generations is very important for us. So this is why we have been working closely together with the General Directorate of Fundamental Education, Primary Education of the Turkish MOH since 2012, and this has evolved into the most comprehensive educational project in Turkey. More than 6 million children and teachers and parents are included in our outreach program comprising 20 different provinces. It all boils down to establishing a healthy balance when it comes to food and nutrition. This is the slogan or the motto of this project, and therefore we have organized interactive projects and different visual material to support our efforts. We live actively. This is a model that we have incepted for the educational period of 2018-2019, which includes slots of physical activity at schools and basically aims at children to start their school day in an active fashion, in a fun fashion. Here you can see different visual materials. One of them would be a children's book entitled Tiny Chef's Restaurant, aiming at preschoolers, and which is entitled Elif, which was distributed in 500 different schools free of charge. We have in-house educational training programs which aims at educating both students and teachers. And this is one of the most creative and innovative projects that we have incepted so far. And also an award is given for the most innovative and creative project proposal. One new announcement I would like to make, which is very exciting, is our collaboration with FAO on the topic of food literacy. This is a new project, and we would like to educate and raise awareness our children when it comes to food waste. We want to reach out to as many students and children as possible. In order to tackle the issue of food waste, it is very important to educate people from an early age, and this will pay a contribution to healthier generations. This is what we believe. And during the pandemic, we have worked harder than ever before because we strongly believe that scientific, healthy, and right information is the basis of all of what we're talking about here. Another project of ours is Science is Talking About That. Last year, we have organized a communication conference on health and nutrition with the valuable participation of scientists. We have hosted world-renowned scientists and talked about nutrition and healthy lifestyle. This is a summit that we have been organizing biannually since 2014, and this year will be no different. We have been able to achieve high views. More than 2,000 participants registered for this conference last year, and we've gotten together with scientists again. The publishing house of Sabri Ülker Foundation, Sabri Ülker Vakfı Yayınları, ever since its inception, has been publishing children's books in collaboration with the Shock supermarket chain. We have translated Dr. Nina Shapiro's world-renowned and critically acclaimed book, Hype, as well. We are also working together with food critic Sahrab Soysal on her new book, and we have been promoting the Anatolian cuisine, and this was also published and distributed amongst our readers. The Sabri Ülker Center at Harvard School of Public Health and the Sabri Ülker Metabolic Research Center is organizing a biannual symposium on metabolism and lifestyle. We have digital interviews and digital panels with which we try to educate children, students, and everyone that's interested in these issues, and in that regard we are the first of its kind as a center to do so. We want to instill a healthy lifestyle and the importance of a healthy lifestyle to everyone, and for this purpose we make use of everything in our capacity to do that. Thank you very much for listening attentively. I'd like to wish all of you a wonderful symposium. Welcome once again, and I hand over the floor to Pervin. Programs, school-based educational training programs are very important, and for that purpose I'd like to give the floor to Professor Korkmaz. You have the floor. Thank you very much. I believe today's topic, why we've gotten together today here, is education, health, and nutrition. So I'd like to pose 3 questions, distinguished participants. Can you spend a day without eating or drinking water? Or is there anyone amongst you that wouldn't prefer a healthy lifestyle, or anyone amongst you that's not interested in education? I believe these 3 questions are paramount to everyone's life, and I believe you've all answered these questions for yourselves. Increasing our lifestyle in a healthy fashion is only possible via nutrition. The pandemic has taught us a balanced and healthy nutrition, a balanced and healthy diet is important for the psychological and physical development of everyone. Everyone agrees that children that developed healthily are the cornerstones and the foundation of a healthy generation and also of a healthy society. And this is also an international security issue. These are strong words, but I believe them to be very true. In Scandinavian countries, children are considered to be a common interest of society and for the healthy development of societies. For a healthy development of these children, the necessary framework and policies are put in place. Distinguished colleagues, I would like to mention that the first time we have come across the notion of a healthy diet and healthy nutrition at schools was back in the 1940s when the United States of America first incepted such a program. We do know for a fact that malnutrition and unhealthy diets have a negative impact on the health and the performance of these children. 40% of children have developmental problems. The mental development and academic performance is also impacted negatively by this. This is very true for economically depressed regions and geographies, why it is of paramount importance that such educational programs are put in place so that we can combat that. We have wonderful educational programs put in place in our country as well. One example would be the program of a healthy lifestyle and regular physical activity, which was incepted in Turkey. And this project, when you think about all the schools in Turkey, comprises 30% of all the schools in Turkey, and it's being implemented quite successfully. It's also been adopted by various civil society organizations. And pursuant of a protocol that was signed last year, this project will continue to be implemented. So when we have a school that adopts such a program, we will have healthy children that are resistant to infectious diseases, and all of this has an impact on a positive learning environment. The interest of children in going to school is also impacted. So, for the purpose of further fostering this project, we are developing other community-based projects of similar kind. Of course, this is quite cost intensive, so we cannot do this on our own as a university. We need the support of all the shareholders and interested parties in society. Everyone needs to take part in this project and needs to make a contribution. So this is why the Sabri Ülker Foundation, with its various programs, adopts this responsibility and accountability as well. Governments, policymakers, my dear colleagues and friends, civil society organizations can convey the most urgent and most important messages through education. So educational programs are the prime example for this, the prime instruments of doing this. And this period we're in is of critical importance. All of the competencies and skills and healthy lifestyle choices that children adopt at this age will have a positive impact on their future lives for all of us. This is why I'd like to focus on primary educational programs, because this is a very crucial threshold. The first program of similar kind was incepted in Turkey back in 1924, which was comprising the periods of 24 to 26. First, it was not published in Turkish. Later on in 26, it was also published in Turkish. And I've read this roadmap, and I'd like to base my observations on this. For example, think of our country back in the day. No industry, agriculture is the only means for a country's development. And this is what the program back then was based on. Before that, we had the First World War. Before that, we had the Balkan Wars. And Turkey loses these wars. And that's the situation. And the only economic instrument of force is agriculture. And by fostering this arm of their economic power, the country was able to foster all the messages and convey all the messages. Other issues are important as well, of course, but agriculture is very much in the forefront. And then animals comes into play later on. And the protocol back then also states that physical activity is very important, and it's important that children are taken out to the fields and shown how agriculture is done and how animals are kept. So what this wants to convey to us is that if the necessary and apt environment is created, it's very beneficial for the development of children. In 1936, animals are also added. In 36, alongside education on how wheat is harvested, etc., they add that children need to be educated on how bread is baked. So I am a program developer. Nostalgia in terms of scientific development and advancement is not the way to go usually, but I'm quite nostalgic in that regard, because when I think back of those times, It's a pity that all of that information and all of that educational purpose is lost on us right now. Educating children on how fruit is grown, fruit trees, how anything is grown really and harvested. That's the focus. Children are taken to the market and are shown how produce is sold, and they are also educated on what certain fruits and vegetables are look like. Children are shown how the food stalls and produce stalls are set up. They're educated on not swallowing the seeds, for example, of certain fruits and vegetables. Instead, they are educated to throw them on the soil so that new trees and new plants can grow. This is what was done back in the day. And coming to the 1960s, we have started to put in correlation food production with healthy lifestyles, depending on the season, healthy lifestyles, healthy nutrition and diet. But we are also talking about a country that has not a fully fledged infrastructure yet. The importance of clean water, for example, the importance of physical activity, the importance of adopting a healthy and balanced lifestyle, eating everything in moderation. That's the focus back in 1968. Fresh produce, the conservation of produce. And then coming to the 1980s, we have suddenly stopped creating curricula. After the 1980s, we have designed curricula based on individual lessons, no longer in close collaboration with different interested parties and shareholders. Fundamental concepts for nutrition and a healthy lifestyle, the importance of kitchens, the importance of hygiene, and the importance of observing our parents, our mothers, for the most part, when they prepare food in the kitchen. Different diets and healthy lifestyles of other cultures are in focus back then. Distinguished and valuable colleagues, when I take a look at all of this, three fundamental observations can be made. We have adopted a disciplinary stance in creating these healthy lifestyle choices and recommendations. Based on different lessons, of course. Various aspects of our topic can be conveyed in different lessons. An individual lifestyle. Every individual can create their own healthy plate. Everyone should be able to do that. The pandemic has taught us the following. Put aside the society. Take a tribal society in Africa, for example. If only this tribal society were in danger, everyone would be in danger. This has to do with preventing infectious diseases, etc., etc. So this is why school-based healthy nutrition and health programs need to encompass all components of a society. What can we do with our resources that are available to us in order to create healthier lifestyles, not only in theory but also in practice? WHO defines health as a state of well-being, a complete well-being psychologically, physically, and mentally. And health education is a crucial part of that. And this is also included in the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. So health, nutrition, and education are paramount. So it is our responsibility to create a healthy environment for our children so that they can prosper and so that we can create a healthy society. Dear friends, the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted every sector, not only our own. We want to do everything that we can to combat the negative effects of the pandemic. The pandemic has showed us how important education and health is to the well-being of everyone in the world. And this has become a priority for everyone.
2020-2021 telafi programında uygulanmasıyla ilgili kritik davranışları belirlerken temel eğitim
düzeyi the General Directorate for Education has placed importance on hygiene as well, and this shows us that what keeps people alive, what keeps people alive is hygiene. This is what we say.
COVID-19 salgını kitlesel aksaklık dünyadaki tüm öğrenci nüfusunun %50'den fazlasının okullara devam etmesine engel oldu. Az önce Pervin Hanım yayına kapalıyken Cem Bey'e ilk sorusu lütfen ve okulların açılmasını önemli.
To Cem, please occupy the schools when we were talking before the broadcast, because most of these participants are either teachers or trainers, and if conditions are met, we will all sign this. But we could not assure equality in training and social justice, and the pandemic made inequalities much more visible. Unfortunately, children are the most vulnerable segments of the society. Maybe now we should focus more on our children, on their well-being. Dear colleagues, in conclusion, I want to say these are the days very much similar to the Spanish flu in the early 1900s. The Spanish flu infected over 50 million people and killed millions. Well, today the world is not experiencing this pandemic as heavy as Spanish flu because of health and nutrition and training, education, and awareness raising. The detrimental effects of the pandemic was contained below Spanish flu levels. But now we have an important task. We want to make sure that education becomes sustainable, that the students can get back to school, back to their education in a healthy manner, because it is their fundamental right to study and also to get well nutrition. A lot of children, unfortunately, the parents of a lot of children lost their jobs during the pandemic. Unfortunately, we failed in a number of aspects in terms of supporting our children and parents. And from a social and political point of view, we need to improve the current situation because the children are the guarantees of our future. We need to rethink about the quality of life of them. This coronavirus pandemic will pass, but there is no return back to the old ways. We need to get together and build a consensus of how we can better build a sustainable education system. Because the pandemic has proven that nobody is safe. Anyone can get infected. We are encouraging politicians to focus on this. This pandemic unfortunately caused over 150 million children, or added 150 million children to the poverty. Schools are places for social support. Even before the pandemic, there was a disproportional distribution of educational facilities, but the pandemic made it even more prominent. Otherwise, as a society, the cost will be greater for us in the future, and that is why we have signed the United Nations Right of Children Convention dated 1985. Turkey is a signatory country to this, and we have to honor our promises. In conclusion, we need well-thinking and producing individuals, and we can only build those individuals by giving proper nutrition and education to our kids. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and hope to see you in physical meetings in future. Well, thank you very much, Professor Hünkar Korkmaz, for your valuable presentation on education. So the question is not either health or education. The question is, how can we sustain quality of education even during a pandemic? Now it is time to supporting children. Orhon will speak. Well, hi. Let me give the floor to Professor Günsel Orhon from Mediterranean University of Turkey. Professor Orhon, the floor is yours. Well, thank you. Thank you. I just couldn't help myself to start, but I have a question. I prepared my presentation in English because Hünkar said speak in English, but should I speak in English or Turkish? I don't know which one you prefer. Well, better to continue in Turkish because there is simultaneous interpretation in English, and I don't think we have any international guests with us at the moment. So let's continue in Turkish, and if anyone is listening in English, they can listen to our translators. Thank you. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can see your presentation.
Bu well-being during pandemic and crisis diye başladığım şey.
Okay, the topic is well-being during pandemic and crisis. As you said, and I listened to part of Professor Hünkar's speech. That was a very good speech. I will rather focus on what kind of a curriculum we can build, because these are unfortunate times. But then is there an opportunity in every crisis? Let's discuss it. Well, eating is a huge problem. It's the biggest problem of the society. You know, the children, teenagers, and adults consuming for pleasure is excessive. The world has become a hedonistic place. Well, not only for Turkey, for all around the world. And the technology is fueling this because people enjoy consumption, eating drugs and then eating alcohol, shopping, eating, back to eating, gambling, internet, back to eating. watching TV, and back to eating. So eating forever. It has become a component of these pleasure drivers. So maybe a pandemic is no excuse. We were already bad in terms of eating habits. Maybe pandemic just made us or encouraged us see the obvious. Well, these are the challenging times for all around the world. But maybe we can use this as an opportunity to build a better future. I think we are we are lucky because nutrition and health education brings certain advantages. Well, number one, it is necessary for survival. The kids cannot object to that. They cannot tell, well, what is the purpose of this class? And you don't need special labs or devices to teach nutrition. It includes practical information. It's not theoretical. It's not boring at all. And it is flexible and adaptable to all avenues. I am approaching from a problem-solving point of view. I'm not simplifying the concept. I know there are so many psychological and practical things to be discussed, but from a curriculum point of view, it's easier to deliver as compared to many other subject matters. Nutrition of the youngsters is a challenge because the markets are invaded with refined and processed food. It's everywhere. I mean, we are consuming processed food, processed sugar, and everything. The World Health Organization reports that 38 million children under the age of 5 were either overweight or obese. That was reported in 2019. It's a huge number. Obesity and overweight. I mean, I'm sure you all know we have dietitians with us, but it is the imbalance between intake and spent calories. Well, the first thing we can do is, or the cause is the increased consumption of sugar-dense food and the decrease in physical activity. It is mainly because of technological comfort, and the children are not active enough. If you have kids of this age, you have this in your house. Unfortunately, this is the current landscape. Let's face it. So this is a global phenomenon. It's one of the fundamental issues of the globe. And we cannot only solve it by education. Education is part of it. But this problem is so broad.
Ulaşım, şehir planlama, çevre.
It has to do with health, transportation, technology, advertisements, and everything. It cannot be just solved via education. And I believe that during the pandemic conditions, perhaps it is now more convenient to make this part of the political agenda. Otherwise, if things go back to normal, then the schools will continue all those theoretical, classes on health, nutrition, and the problems will only persist. But this is the time to push on the agenda of healthy nutrition. Well, to design a curriculum about health and nutrition, the first thing we should do is to understand the unique needs of the society, the children, and the parents. Of course, we need new educational policies. First, we need to conduct a needs analysis. It's like collecting data. As I said, it has three dimensions. The students, maybe children, teenagers, or adults. The society. I mean, usually you may think that, a curriculum is developed only for the learner. But if the society is not ready for a curriculum, you cannot change. We have experienced this before. For example, you build a curriculum on healthy sexual life. A lot of infectious diseases are because of sexual activity. But when you have it in a class, if the society is not ready, then you may have problems. And the next component are the parents. They should be open. If the parents don't want such a curriculum, then we have to step back. We have seen this before. So when we are conducting needs assessment, it's not just the learner, but it's also about parents and the society. This applies to all curriculum aspects, be it nutrition or pandemic or anything else. As I said, we have to understand the readiness and the perceptions of the society. There is an area called user experience research, which may be applied to other things. You can use this in electronics, like developing a software or an app or a medical device. It always starts with needs assessment. So if we want to build a curriculum on health and nutrition, the analysis shouldn't only cover the learners or education, because nutrition is it's a global phenomenon. We have to consider marketing, advertisements, commercials, technology, and everything. Because when I was building this presentation, I could reach information from so many different resources. Our task is to collect all the data needed so that we can start designing a curriculum. So we should understand first the reasons of the problems and then how we can solve them. If the data and if the needs assessment is conducted properly, the rest of the process will flow smoothly. When I was analyzing the literature, I have found that malnutrition is usually based on bad psychological or physical conditions. During the pandemic, we are locked down at homes, and then people are under stress and depression because they have lost their income, and then now there's anxiety, boredom, and even depression. I have several more slides, but I had to remove some of them. Like, for example, domestic violence is also increasing all around the globe. It was at 25%. Now in certain communities, it is up to 40%. The rate of divorce is also growing. So all these things, and then they cause eating disorders. So the pandemic, in a sense, has triggered some of the psychological problems people already had. So pandemic did not only hit us on a medical or physical level, but it also skyrocketed some of the hidden psychological conditions. So do not take pandemic as a health issue or an economic issue, but indirectly there are psychological repercussions which we could only understand in time Initially, we focused on survival. I mean, we focused on intensive care units, you know, ventilators and everything. But now we are discussing depression, anxiety, long-term exposure to stress and its effects. But I mean, if we want to design a sustainable educational curriculum, we have to consider all of this. So pandemic has brought up new challenges for families to cope with. This is an interesting research, the survey for food and health in 2020. 85% of the adults have changed their eating or food preparation habits, which is good. I hope they have changed for the good, for in good direction. This data is not from Turkey. Maybe I'm not from this area, but statistically speaking,
Bir grup işte insanların daha çok fast
there are
food
like two extremes. One extreme is say they consume more fast food, but the other extreme say that they only cook at home. They cook everything at home, but it's not part of my expertise. So I don't want to comment much of it. But I'm just giving you the overall results. 24% of women say they eat more food than usual, and 17% of men reported eating more food than usual, and 44% of parents say they are snacking more. This 41% is important, because if the parents are consuming more snacks, that means the kids are consuming more snacks. And I believe people were shy in their responses. I believe snacking is more common for parents and even more so for children. This is data from America and Canada. Well, I found some data from Yemek Sepeti in Turkey. This is carry out and delivery. Carry out is you go order and then you take it out, and delivery is you order and they deliver it. So both carry out and delivery means you are consuming food made, readily available food cooked out of home. But carry out, entails some sort of movement. You go out, you walk, and you take it out, you carry out. But for delivery means you just lazily sitting at home. How about exercise in or out of gym? When I was preparing this, I have checked, it's not just calorie intake, but also calorie output or calorie spending. And this graph says black is before the pandemic, and the others are after the pandemic, say home or garage fitness. In Turkey, our houses are different than America, but this data is from America and Canada. Exercising in at home or garage has increased, or exercising in the yard or driveway has increased. But people don't necessarily commute to other places. But as you can see, people do not go to gym anymore. Fitness centers are out. They don't go to indoor sports facilities. People exercise at home or outdoors. However, most of the gyms and fitness centers are indoors. So the kids or adults, they have to exercise either at home, in a room, or in a garden. If they cannot find a place, then forget about it. So if we are to design a distance education curriculum, I think we believe these three things. First of all, we have to examine the world's basic nutrition problems by gathering data from all sources. The second, we have to realize cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domain objectives in
Çok güzel bir
nutrition and
şekilde
health
ortaya konulması
literacy. We have to identify goals and commit to those goals, and then we have to explain the relationships between eating and health clearly to the children. I mean, we do that in science classes. We discuss, the cell and cell physiology and, what kind of effects the food will have after we consume them. But we need to give it a different tweak, not like maybe a science course, but maybe an eating course. A well-designed curriculum should cover the following issues. We have to teach the kids the critical health problems related to malnutrition, like obesity, diabetes, anemia, food allergy, and gluten intolerance. We also teach them the food additives. We should teach them the importance of sports and exercise for survival on cells, skeleton system, muscles. And the next is we need to teach them about healthy cooking techniques. We don't necessarily teach that at schools. We are very good in theories, or maybe we think we do, but the teacher, maybe the students only memorize it. And then we give them so many unnecessary details. But then our children don't know how to, make a quick omelet with 2 eggs, but then they order delivery. We are doing something wrong in some place. We don't, we don't teach them how to eat healthy in a real life, all by themselves. And then aesthetics in nutrition. I mean, nutrition should not be only eating, just binging. It's not about, feeding. Okay, feed yourself and try to be healthy. But if we, encourage, the aesthetic and artistic sides, maybe we can help creating a gusto in the children's mind. And the last, but not the least, is food wasting. Food wasting is a huge problem. So I will expand on all of that, but I am skipping fast. Pandemic times have direct effect on adults and children's instincts to survive. Normally, maybe children don't know well about self-grooming, but they need this, and we need to raise their awareness. So during the pandemics, the educators need well-structured, activity-based and spiral curriculum.
Göre şekillendirebileceğiz. Demin dediğim şey oydu işte. Yani ekonomiyi ilgilendiriyor, ziraatı ilgilendiriyor, teknolojiyi ilgilendiriyor.
This has to do with economy, agriculture, marketing, and everything. So it's not only education.
And in my opinion, online learning includes a very rich source of knowledge. It does not only concern education between the home and the schools, it concerns a whole web that can be used as a material for instruction. And there are wonderful examples here. What you see on the right-hand side are 15 apps that parents should know about. These are apps that are used by children even or like teenagers. It starts at 8 years of age. Everyone knows TikTok, calculators, WhatsApp, etc., etc. 60% of these 50 of these apps are dating apps for romantic purposes. Let me put it that way. WhatsApp is something that everyone knows. Second comes TikTok, and our children use these apps, but we don't know about them, and neither do the teachers. So our first starting point should be to know these applications thoroughly, and to think about whether these apps can be used for educational purposes. Since we're doing online education or remote education, okay, no face-to-face education anymore. But we need to get acquainted with these apps. So what can be done? We have to start somewhere. So if life gives you lemons, make lemonade out of that. So this is the technology at hand, and this bears potential for remote education. So how can we use them for our purposes? This is what I wanted to say. Secondly, the schools, especially in Turkey, of course, this holds true for the world as well, but we see this in Turkey in particular. Schools try to minimize children's interactions at the web. Yes, tablets and iPads, etc., have been distributed. However, online resources can be found anywhere, and if they are used wisely, then it will benefit both the schools and the children. The schools will be able to design an educational program on health, and the students will be able to use them aptly. So the students will be able to search through the web to get knowledge and internalize the concepts. They will be able to apply theoretical knowledge into practical domains. They will be able to analyze the existing knowledge at hand. They will be able to generate ideas and come up with creative solutions. And they will gain a new vision about their present and future lifestyles. All the applications, etc. There are so many of them. There is chaos out there. Everyone, all the children use the internet, and it can be a knife with two sides. It can be used as a weapon, or it can be used for practical educational purpose, because it bears that potential. I don't want to bore you too much with the details. However, let me say that for an effective health and nutrition curriculum, to be designed, it needs to be student-oriented. It has to adopt a humanistic approach, and it needs to be practical. It needs to be practice-oriented. We need to reduce theory. Maybe we should transform theory entirely into practice. I'm not talking about mathematics and physics and so on, but for our nutrition and health purposes, maybe that's the way to go about. So what is a humanistic curriculum? It helps to develop and realize a completely human personality of the student. So what is the meaning of that? The children in Turkey are unable to internalize the content of the lessons, of the classes. They revise until their exam, and then everything is forgotten. We all know this. We've all been there and done that. So if you adopt a humanistic curriculum, the content is important. What have you learned from this curriculum? Are you now able to control your emotions? Have you developed interpersonal skills? Have you been able to increase your emotional and physical well-being? That's important. Other than that, the social reconstructive curriculum can be considered a vehicle for reconstruction of society. So developing an environment where children can adopt responsibility, creating the necessary framework so that that can happen. And alongside of this, children will be able to develop certain skills and competencies with which they will be able to tackle certain social problems and create solutions for them. So a practical implementation of what they have learned in school, putting it in good use in society. I'm interrupting. We are short on time. It's wonderful listening to you, but 1 minute. Okay, so very quickly. Thank you very much. Very quickly then, if my time is limited, the parent education and cooperation is very important here. What can be learned about food? Children need to learn the following. They need to learn what possible risks are in relation to food. Sports and exercise. It has to be, it can be dance, fitness, yoga, Zumba, whatever, a daily part of your day, a regular part of your day, and PA instructors need to step in here. Healthy cooking techniques is something I deem very important. Mothers and fathers need to step in, the parents need to step in, joint projects, and it means a daily family activity. And these are daily competencies. Motor skills need to be developed. For example, making a salad. And food aesthetics, creating a lovely plate, setting the table, so that we include the psychological satisfaction that comes about with consuming food. And another issue is wasting food. We are overly consuming food, but on the other hand side, half of the world is starving, not throwing it away, adopting responsibility in order to avoid wasting food. So service projects, that's what we call it. So these are our purposes or our lessons to be drawn. Let me switch to this slide again. Learning that eating doesn't mean pleasure only. Learning about the resources for food and how unequal they are distributed around the world. Learning about food-related diseases and coping strategies, increasing their skills of cooking healthy food, enhancing their creativity and problem-solving skills, and having more interaction within the family members through family projects, being more active and creating a gusto concerning food. So it's easy, I believe. It's easy to do, in my opinion, because everyone is at home, and family relationships can be increased because everyone is talking about what to do with the child. Everyone's at home. I don't know what activities I can do with my child. This is what you can do. Make good use of the web. Make good use of the internet. Cooking together, doing physical activity and exercises together. So doing something wonderful and pleasurable at home in order to avoid that feeling of being locked down and stuck in at home. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening. Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Orhon. So our lives are really restricted, right? And because of COVID-19, and our concerns revolving around health are increasing. So it was wonderful to listen to Professor Orhon, who shed light on what we can do. Thank you so much for your presentation. And now I would like to continue our conference with recommendations from Ece Varlık Özsoy from Akdeniz University.
Evet, teknoloji güzel. Böyle
Yes, technology is of course a wonderful thing and it enables us to interact on these platforms, but as you know, sometimes technical issues can come about. Internet connection may be poor or people may drop. We're still waiting for Ece Özsoy. She's now connected. So technological obstacles can occur. So Mrs. Özsoy is from Akdeniz University, and we will be listening to recommendations in order to increase the well-being of children during the pandemic. Mrs. Ece, you have the floor.
Evet, sesle ilgili minik bir problemimiz oldu.
Yes, we had a slight problem with the sound, but no problem. Ece will reconnect and then we will be listening to her. As I've said, technology is of course a wonderful thing. And it brings us together in front of our screens, but sometimes problems may occur as well. So while we are waiting for Mrs. Ece, I'll take the floor, or we can also hand it over to Tanju. What have we been talking? We've been talking about education, we've been talking about health literacy. It's all very important. And what do we understand when we say health literacy? So Ece has reconnected. No, we cannot hear her, unfortunately. I've seen Tanju. So let's give him the floor. Mr. Tanju will talk about nutrition and children, since I've seen him here. Maybe we should give the floor to him. From İstinye University, distinguished Professor Tanju Besler. Maybe we can give him the floor. Welcome.
Tanju Bey, kameranız, mikrofonunuz kapalı.
Evet, İstinye Üniversitesi'nden kıymetli hocamız Profesör
Yes, distinguished Professor Tanju Besler from İstinye University will talk about the importance of nutrition in children and teenagers. Welcome, distinguished Professor.
Tanju Hoca duyabiliyor mu acaba beni?
Can you hear me, Mr. Tanju?
Sanırım Tanju Hoca da mı yayından düşmüş oldu?
I believe he lost his connection as well. Internet was fine today. I don't know what's happening. Okay, so let me take it up from health literacy. This is yet another skill that we need to learn. We need to instill that in children and students and also in adults, because health literacy means that people, individuals, can gain access to healthy information, and adults have a crucial role to play here. Social, cognitive, mental, and physical skills need to be adopted. And there is a survey conducted by MOH which says that 7 people out of 10 have a poor health literacy. I can see Mrs. Ece again. Let's try once more whether she can connect and make herself heard. From
Evet, dedik ki gördüğünüz gibi minik teknoloji, teknik, internet sorunları.
As I said, there are technological glitches. There may be technological glitches all the time, but now we are back. Thank you very much for staying with us. Once the connectivity issues are removed, we will what can we discuss? What have we discussed about health literacy? How can we use them I mean, do we have the social and intellectual capacity to do that? Ministry of Health conducted a research about the health literacy level in Turkey. Well, only 7 out of 10. No, I mean 7 out of 10 people have low, very low health literacy level, so they don't understand it, they cannot use it. And this research was conducted over 6,000 households in Turkey. And then education is very important. Because education is very much related with the health literacy. 43% of these people have only primary school education, and only 6% had high school education or higher education. So understanding what you read is so important. We have been discussing core competencies. Günseri also mentioned about competencies, and yes, understanding what you read is very important, but does our educational curriculum give this to the students? Because it's not only for health, but we need to filter healthy data and to use them accordingly. Let's have a look at the latest PISA data, because PISA is an analysis on children below the age of 15. It's not an exam, but an assessment. 25% are below in the core competence level in science and maths. Well, Professor Tanju Besler is with us. I think he is connecting. Now I want to give the floor to Professor Tanju Besler, and he will talk about nutrition for children and teenagers. The floor is yours, Professor.
Buyurun hocam, söz sizin. Acaba Tanju Hoca duymuyor mu bizi?
Professor Tanju, can you hear us? Or do you hear us, sir?
Evet, Tanju Hoca'ya bakıyoruz.
Well, I am checking on Tanju. Can you hear us, sir?
Mikrofonla ilgili galiba bir sorun var.
Maybe your microphone is not connected, sir.
Mikrofon açık, acaba yayınla ilgili bir sorun var diye düşünüyoruz. Evet, Tanju Hoca yine gitti. Bir bakıyorum.
No, Tanju is gone.
Ece Varlık Özsoy hocamız burada mı diye bir bakıyorum. Olmaz.
Is Ece Varlık Özsoy here? Maybe we can go back to her. But in the meantime, I see the next speaker, Meryem Uzamış Tekçiçek, is there. Yes. If you're ready, Meryem, you can talk about nutrition and dental health for children and teenagers. So you are from Hacettepe University, Professor Dr. Meryem Uzamış Tekçiçek. Nutrition and dental health in children and teenagers. Meryem, the floor is yours. Hi, can you hear me? Yes, ma'am. Yes, loud and clear. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be in this conference. And I like the discussions, and I am excited now because I've been with kids for 30, 31 years now. I was waiting for my turn, but then all of a sudden I'm speaking. All I was scheduled later. I mean, I like this. I mean, I like kids and teenagers. I've been involved with them for 3 decades. Well, I mean, Ayşe is 40 years old. She loves peach tea, and she drinks more than 500 milliliters a day, and she sips it in between her meals. So this was not a habit when I was a kid. When I was in the primary or secondary school, I remember we were cooking at school. Günseli took me to the old days. I mean, my teachers taught me how to cook eggs in my secondary school years. Well, let's talk about nutrition. You know, there are so many studies in the literature, and Hacettepe University Nutrition and Genetics Department works on it. Nutrition is essential for growth, development, survival, and protection of health. And there are different amounts or needs based on gender, age, or lifestyle. Not everybody has to eat the same thing. But, you know, it starts with birth and evolves through childhood, teen years, and then towards the adultery, and even when we become old people. But then nutrition is different at all levels of life, and nutrition is a primary driver for the physical and mental health. We are going through the pandemic days. It's not a dream, it's a nightmare. But now we get used to it. I mean, I am used to run my classes on the screen, I mean, digitally. I mean, I give exams. I even examine my patients. You know, I'm a dentist and I receive patients on the internet. The World Health Organization has been listing oral health or oral hygiene as part of non-communicable diseases. But then, without our mouth, we cannot speak. Without proper denture, we cannot talk. It's an important indicator of overall well-being. But then proper nutrition is needed for the proper development of oral cavity. It starts with getting pregnant, you know, and the sixth or seventh weeks of pregnancy, you know, the oral cavity starts growing, and our temporary tooth, you know, they develop when we are still in the belly of our mothers. So then we need so many different nutrients. Otherwise, the baby may be born with different anomalies. And so before birth, during the prenatal period, a lot of conditions may begin if the mother is not properly nutrited. I mean, is the egg from I mean, which one comes first, the egg or the hen or the chicken? You know, think about it. You know, when I am talking, we can, if you have proper teeth, you can chew on, things, I mean, I'm using words like chewing and swallowing, but to swallow the food, first you need to chew them, you need to bite on them, and mouth is, the digestion starts in the mouth. So we cannot just neglect that. Our mouth is not just a gateway to nutrition, but it's where the entire journey of nutrition starts. But then there are infectious diseases, and a lot of them may happen in the oral cavity. 90% of all diseases have an oral symptom. This is a herpethic ulcer. For example, this little ulcer may cause the baby to stop eating for a week. The baby may lose weight, significant amount of weight, and this starts during the denting of the baby, and there might be acute viral or bacterial infections, or some bacteria can penetrate, and it can make things worse. And cancer and other autoimmune diseases may happen and affects the nutrition negatively. Well, Mariam, the most common problem in the oral cavity problems, dental erosions or problems. I'll talk about them. I will talk about the developmental problems, periodontal issues, traumas, and the enamel problems, and oral problems definitely affect our quality of life. But if somebody has periodontal problems, they may have issues in eating. Or consuming acidic food. Ayşe, like for example, Ayşe consuming this iced tea. But everybody, not the kids, we all need good oral hygiene.
Problemler ne var? Önce alttaki şeyi söylemek istiyorum.
But why do we have all these problems? Well, because the oral health, the oral hygiene is never a problem. I mean, is never a priority. Periodontal diseases,
Ekonomik problemler
they are not a priority, and economic problems are everywhere, all around the world, and we will soon see how prominent it is. And accessing to dentists, especially during the pandemic, it causes so many problems. But then the studies in Turkey show that 12% of people in Turkey have never been to a dentist. And this John, he is 30 months old, and he has been feeding on the cow's milk. But this is an early childhood, caries associated with the diet, and such a problem. It may cause different problems like losing teeth, because the teeth, they develop during pregnancy, starting from the 8th week of the pregnancy. We have 20 temporary teeth and 32 permanent teeth.
Ama bu arada ilk çıktığı andan itibaren, daha ilk ağızda görüldüğü andan itibaren çürük tehlikesiyle karşı karşıya dişler. Bunu da unutmamak gerekiyor. O yüzden özellikle vurguluyoruz. Peki anne sütü ve emzirme.
But how about the mother's milk and nursing? I mean, it is a miracle.
Teknolojik yapılar, içerikler çok değerli. Evet, biz de buna hiçbir şekilde demiyoruz ama 12 aydan sonra özellikle gece beslenme.
You know, especially after the 12 months of the baby, you know, we should be moving away from the breastfeeding. But then these pacifiers, I mean, we don't recommend them. I mean, unless it is absolutely necessary, we recommend breastfeeding, because breastfeeding is irreplaceable. You know, neither the cow's milk or the formulas. But then the vitamin D, vitamin A, you know, their deficiencies, you know, protein deficiencies, they affect also the different malnutritions affect that, you know, malnutritions, you know, obesity is a malnutrition. And it affects everything, you know, poverty and other economic problems also affected. You know, the cultural situation, they all affect it. How about medications? You know, medications. There are over 100, you know, different drugs, you know, but then everything is about mostly, you know, is about insufficient water intake. But then you may say, well, you know, why our you know, our secretions are so important. You know, it's like a washing machine. Our mouth is like a washing machine. And, you know, the saliva, it's so important. It's, you know, and then antihistaminics, you know, they may cause dryness in mouth. So saliva is the greatest weapon of a dentist. You know, any cavities, you know, on the teeth, they all start with poor saliva. You know, over 51 million people have it, and they start during childhood, the decay of the tooth, and it's the most common problem. It is 7 times greater than you know, a common cold, and 5 times greater than asthma. And it causes, you know, the dental problems cause more than losing 51 million hours in education. And, you know, it also, you know, undermines the, you know, the self-confidence, you know, chronic, it has to do with the chronic diseases, non-communicable diseases. And in Turkey, I was proud to be part of this World Health Organization study in Turkey. We have to repeat this immediately. You know, 61.1% of 12-year-old kids in Turkey have permanent tooth decay. You know, it causes mortality, and it causes lack of confidence. No, it's even worse than a kidney disease.
Beslenme tüketimindeki zorlukları da tekrar hatırlatmak istiyorum. Yani dişimiz ağrırken ne yemek düşünürüz? Ben bazen örnek
because when our teeth hurts, we can think about nothing.
Biraz önce çok güzel anlatıldı.
You know, I want to add this. You know, I had a paper with a student. It's about you know,
takıntılarının çocukların iştahsızlığında çok etkili olduğunu gördük. Bağız sağlığını da olumsuz yönde etkilediğini söyledik. Çünkü benim dediğimi yiyeceksin, benim dediğim kadar yiyeceksin demek de farklı bir şekilde bence alışkanlık.
Forcing the children on what to eat that doesn't help. Doesn't help. You know, because a lot of people don't even go to a dentist.
%70'inde bir veya fazla diş çürüğü vardır. Olmayanların az olduğunu düşünüyorum. Kendi kendimize düşündüğümüzde. Diyabeti
a lot of people have it. People. I mean, the prevalence of tooth decay is higher than diabetes. Tooth decay must be on the top of our minds in all levels. Because our teeth is harder than everything, and that tissue is lost.
This study is ethically quite problematic. I highly encourage you to have a read. It's quite an unorthodox method that they have used. The papers published in the 50s shows that frequent consumption of food is more detrimental to bad food, to the consumption of bad food. So let's get back to cavities and the food. The consistency of the food is important, the form, the saliva, the pH of the saliva, because it has a protective capacity. This picture I've put in here deliberately when I talk to people, to my patients and so on. We love potatoes. But I believe that Turkey is one of the countries where fries in a loaf of bread is very frequently consumed. Potatoes are polysaccharides, it's a starch, but when you turn it into French fries or chips, then there is no possibility anymore to produce saliva. It sticks to your mouth. You cannot clean it quick enough, and you consume it frequently. When you consume a meal, when you consume a cookie or a biscuit or a cracker, and you believe it's done, we believe that you wait at least 40 minutes until your next food intake. Of course, consuming snacks is also problematic. Dental cavities are multifaceted. It is impacted from different factors like the fluoride content of water, the economic status of the family, and so on and so forth. It can create multiple illnesses, diseases, inflammation. This is what you will end up with. This child will no longer be able to swallow or to consume anything, and it will impact its self-confidence as well. I believe that Tanju will talk about this as well. It boils down to what kind of carbohydrates you consume. It's important whether they are refined or not. Cariogenicity is important, health literacy is important, so we need to know what cariogenicity is. If something leads to cavities, if something leads to caries, it stems from the cariogenicity of the food that you consume. If the pH is lower than 5.5, that's very problematic. The sequence with which you consume your food, the consistency, for example, combination of certain foods is also important. For example, chips with a Coke and so on and so forth. This is what I want you to keep in mind. So when I talk to patients and parents, of course, processed fruits are easy to consume. Cereals are very much in the forefront. You see them all the time on TV and in advertisements. It's easy to consume. You just pour milk. And just see for yourself, even when you brush your teeth, it's very difficult to remove the remainders of those cereals. We love honey, we love sugar, but we need to decide when to consume them. Demineralization and remineralization, maybe you're hearing these terms for the first time. Demineralization can occur in any bones, but remineralization is the reabsorption of minerals, and it takes time. It's possible at the early stages of caries development, and fluor is definitely a helper here. So, snacks are more problematic than the consumption of sugar itself. Let me also talk about anti-cardiogenic food, for example, cheese like cheddar. We recommend consuming these kinds of foods like cheese alongside something that has a high sugar content when you snack on these as a habit. Of course, the family wants everyone to be done with the meal quickly, but we need to consume food slowly. And the children cannot tell us whether they are satiated or not. Sometimes when I have pediatric patients, they still have food in their pockets, in their oral pockets. Back in the day, we used to have a lunchbox, and our teachers used to check these lunch boxes. Back in the day, there was no processed food. And I'm giving away my age here, but I am really thankful to those times, because whatever was in the lunchbox, healthy food, would be consumed. And I never sent away my children without these lunch boxes. Talking about chronic illnesses. Yes, there are. The diabetes incidence is quite high. Children have different ailments and diseases, and these need to be taken into consideration as well. It's very important to raise awareness in society, talking about these illnesses. İpek is a girl, or a teenager rather, 16 years of age, and she consumes fruit frequently, and she has severe dental erosion. The sensitivity of her teeth is very high, especially behind the teeth. it's irreversible. Microorganisms, of course, do a certain harm to your teeth, but high fructose consumption is very detrimental, even more so than other microorganisms. Let's also briefly talk about eating disorders, because we're talking about children and teenagers, adolescents, and the eating disorders impact women very much. During a physical examination, I've come across one particular instance. I took a look at the teeth of my patient, and I found out that she had bulimia because she wanted to be thin, but she was unaware of the harm that was done to her teeth because of this condition. Obesity, yes, we're talking about obesity. It's not a disease anymore. It's really a condition. It's a crisis. And as I've mentioned, tooth enamel is much more valuable than the highest quality porcelain. If you have gastroesophageal reflux, that's detrimental as well. And I have to mention fruit juices, anything that comes in a can that has a high citric oxide content. And I put these here on purpose, because the pH content drops well below 3, even to 2, if you consume these canned beverages. Fluoride. Fluoride is one of the best ways to combat these conditions, really. And the United States puts fluoride into tap water up to 72%. There is a good practice carried out by MOH and the Ministry of National Education. However, of course, because of the pandemic, this has been negatively impacted or came to a halt. If you don't give fluoride to children, the risk of dental fluorosis development is apparent. We have a caries incidence of 70% even, and everyone's talking about how much toothpaste to put on the brush. Whenever the child has its first tooth, it needs to brush its teeth. And you never stop brushing your teeth until you lose all of your teeth. However, there's also the situation that family members use the same brush. For example, siblings share the same brush. Really, the toothbrush is person-specific. We need to remind people of that. That's very, very important. I've touched upon obesity, and a study that we've jointly conducted with dietitians and other experts showed that people snack frequently. And this leads to more cavities. And we do know that, especially in obese or overweight people, caries incidence is higher. I've also put here some references, some sources that I am following myself, and some of my papers as well, together with my colleagues. So health literacy is very important. This is something that the pandemic showed us. It's been 1 year since the pandemic started, and even the usage of masks is still problematic. People are illiterate pertaining to this issue. I believe that these measures go hand in hand. So reading the label literacy, following up on issues is very important. So the media, psychology, we've listened to other presenters here, sociology goes hand in hand with oral hygiene. Because once you lose your healthy tooth enamel, it's irreversible. You cannot get it back. Schools are important. The family is important. I've been talking about this for the past 25 years. I pay visits to schools. Teachers are crucial because they are role models. And the family is a role model in the preschool age. It starts from when you are a baby. Oral hygiene habits, healthy oral hygiene habits, nutritional habits are instilled and have to be instilled in the baby. Let's talk about school canteens a little bit. The Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Agriculture do a joint project, and they are currently working on the logo of this project. And this project aims at what needs to be consumed in school canteens and what not. Because if you do a little research, we do know for a fact that there is a vast amount of school canteens in schools in Turkey. So this is important. Children eat at schools. So this is what I wanted to remind you of. This picture I've put in here deliberately. This child is 5 years of age. I would want it to have healthy teeth. And or sedating a patient for surgical procedures always bears risks, so why not prevent it with good oral hygiene? So as a reminder, a toothbrush, good toothpaste, a mouthwash, and floss. Those are sine qua nons. My recommendations, my personal recommendations. 222. Twice biannual visits to the dentist are important. So whenever your child is 1 year of age, the regular visits at the dentist should start. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much to Meryem, Mrs. Meryem from Hacettepe University, Professor Meryem Uzamış Tekçiçek. She talked about the correlation between good, healthy practices and oral hygiene. Now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Ece Varlık Özsoy from Akdeniz University. She will have the floor right now. She will talk about the well-being of children during the pandemic. Mrs. Ece, you have the floor. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, right now we can hear you. Wonderful. My apologies. It disturbed the flow of this conference. I'm very sorry for reasons unknown to me. I apologize to all of you and also to our listeners. First of all, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Sabri Hünkar Foundation and also to all the organizers for organizing such a valuable conference. It's wonderful to be with you very, very much. And secondly, I believe that this conference is very timely, and it makes me very happy because there is lots of ground to be covered still. And it's important that the psychological aspect of the pandemic has not been forgotten, and it's been included in this conference, which makes me very happy. Today, I will be talking about the well-being of children during the time of the pandemic and factors that impact this negatively. I'm sharing my presentation now. I hope that you can all see it. Yes, we can all see it. Wonderful. So I am at the Department of Psychology, so I will talk about psychological disturbances and disorders as well during my presentation. And then I will briefly talk about the concept of psychological resilience and give a couple of recommendations. I've included lots of information in my presentation. It's not going to be a summary. The reason for this is that if anyone is interested in my presentation, they can take a comprehensive look at it later. So we're talking about a global pandemic. It all started back in November 2019. And is it a trauma? Is it a crisis? Is it a chronic stressor? Is it a natural disaster? We're still trying to define what it is. We need to be a little cautious when using the term trauma, since it's a recent development, just 1 year. However, we do know that it is an ongoing stressor. It's a chronic stressor. So there might be different definitions of this situation. However, is it an opportunity for growth as well? I'd like to dwell on this. Yes, we're talking about negative aspects of the pandemic and so on and so forth. However, we do bear potential to grow out of this and to draw valuable lessons. I think that's very important. So, we've dwelled on our physical health. There are lots of papers that have been published. The media is talking about physical aspects of this crisis, physical health issues, but we need to pay attention to our psychological health as well, because health, in its definition put forth by WHO, comprises both the physical, psychological, and social well-being of the individual. So the absence of psychological problems does not mean that we're psychologically healthy. Psychological health means that the absence of psychological problems and that you are also in a state of psychological well-being, that you have a purpose in life. It is comprised of various factors. Here you can see certain psychological problems that we have come across during the time of this pandemic, and it impacts all of us. What we've come across for the most part here, that anxiety and fear are on the rise, because we are trying to tackle uncertainties. We are not psychologically resilient, and this is expected, of course. However, this is on the rise to such an extent that we definitely need to talk about this situation in terms of a disorder. So we call it anxiety disorders. Anxiety disorders are on the rise, and those that already have a psychological disorder show more symptoms, and those that do not have such a disorder have seen the onset of such psychological symptoms, and we will need to follow up on this, whether it develops in a similar fashion. So the fear and anxiety that we encounter are the fear of death, the fear of getting sick, the fear of contagion, and so on and so forth. And obsessive compulsive disorders are very much in the forefront here, because the individual tries to get rid of this fear through obsessive compulsive behaviors, such as, for cleaning excessively, hygiene habits that are excessive. So obsessive findings are on the forefront. So, and since we're locked up since we are all staying at home, we have insomnia and gastrointestinal problems as well, depressive symptoms, depression symptoms, and so on and so forth. And of course, this holds true for both children and adults. If people have lost a loved one or somebody they have known, this loss does not only pertain to a death, it pertains to the loss of extremities or financial losses, the loss of a house, or the fact that people need to move, and so on and so forth. So psychological loss as well. Acute stress and post-traumatic stress disorders can come about. And of course, during this process, what I want to say is that you should definitely consult a psychologist in order to obtain psychological support so that you can cope with this situation. Because whenever you have a physical ailment, you go to a physician. So when you have a psychological ailment, a disorder, a problem, you should go to a psychologist.
Çünkü kaygının temel noktası aslında belirsizliktir, kontrolün olmamasıdır. Dolayısıyla biz bu süreç içerisinde biraz belirsiz. Yani
Let me talk about how we manage anxiety. Anxiety is mainly based on uncertainties. You know, I cannot control everything, but there are areas that I can control, like social distance, like following the rules, or hygiene, or masking, or not being in certain places on designated hours. So to handle uncertainties, one should focus on the things that they can control or they cannot. But still, if you cannot handle this, you may consider asking for professional help. You know, when pandemic started, people used social isolation, but social isolation was a wrong word, because isolation means leaving you alone. Instead, we proposed a social or physical distance, because loneliness or isolation is usually underlies a lot of social and physical disorders. So socialize with people, but be careful about the physical distance. And you know, social support is always important in solving and managing psychological conditions. And then physical activities, relaxing, stretching techniques are suggested. But then when you're, you know, when you have children, you always meet the parent, because parents are the role models. If parents know how to mitigate their uncertainties or anxieties, the children learn from their parents. This is a comprehensive list on psychological disorders or risk factors facing the children. It's a long list. I don't want to occupy all the event, but I wanted to highlight some of the important ones. I have 4 categories: infants, early childhood, late childhood, and teenagers. But there are some of these issues are coming, like socializing problems, and especially for the early childhood and during the gaming years, especially during a primary school. But socializing, it also has to do with the identity formation. Other than that, you know, screen slacking or abuse, screen abuse is a huge risk factor for all age groups. Because now mothers, they cannot handle the babies and just give an iPad to the babies or turn on the TV, and we definitely don't recommend this before the age of 2. After the age of 2, the kids should only face a screen when their parents attend. Don't do this unattended. Otherwise, if you leave the kids unattended with tablets, computers, mobile phones or the TV, then you will come to us, to a psychologist, and say, well, my children only watches TV. And it starts with the early ages. And now we are discussing the screen exposure and routine disorders. Now it has become a kind of addiction. Screen overexposure has become an addictive practice. The disrupted routines also disrupt eating hours, the meals, and then it connects to the socializing and gaming and outdoor activities. So my best advice to the parents is build a routine and maintain your routine. Children don't like uncertainties. They want to they look up their parents and want to make sure that there are certain hours and routines. Well, the common problem, as highlighted by other speakers, is the reduced physical activities. It's like a table, with four legs. If one leg is missing, which is a physical activity, then the table will not stand still anymore. It starts all the way with the infantry and the gaming times. But there are simple things like you can tell your kid, go to the kitchen by jumping, jump, jump, jump, go to the kitchen and fetch me a fruit, you can say. And the routines have changed and disrupted, and it also disrupts the eating hours and habits. And for the teenagers, they have increased concerns about exams and their future and career. So what is the role of nutrition in psychological health? Well, what does our food define how we think and how we behave? Absolutely. They are all interconnected. What we eat, what we think, and how we behave. And there is a connection between the food and the mind and our brain. I'm not talking about spiritual things, but I'm talking about scientific facts. And our mental processes are never independent from the physical well-being. They all affect each other. They are mutually dependent. And there are certain situations that malnutrition is related to psychological problems, or sometimes psychological disorders affect proper eating. So, well, this is in psychology we have nutritional psychology, and this department analyzes the psychological processes underlying nutrition. It analyzes human psychology and its relations with nutrition, like what are the factors affecting our diet? How do I perceive a product, a food, a meal? And why do I like something and dislike others? But clinically speaking, our psychological situation is very much related with the way we eat. Sometimes we feel bad and we eat more or less. Sometimes we are under stress and we eat more, or the opposite. And my presentation has a list of the resources I benefited, but the nutritional patterns are directly related with certain psychological disorders, like the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, has been shown to be directly linked with excessive consumption of fast food, and these children eat less vegetables or fruits, and they are rarely on a Mediterranean diet. And all this malnutrition may cause to hyperactivity and attention deficit. Stress also, as I said, has to do with eating habits. So we need the teachers and parents to understand these relations. For example, if somebody is eating more under stress, that means probably the individual is procrastinating things and cannot face the stressor, but eats more just to pass time. How about the research? During pandemic, nutritional habits have been changing. Staying at home and decreased physical activity increases weight gain and obesity, and they may cause diabetes and hypertension. These are all connected with weight gain. Physical activities have significantly reduced, and there are some findings though. As people stay home, they are cooking more at home, which is usually healthier and improves a healthy eating style. But then there is a recently defined psychological disorder, orthorexia nervosa. This means someone obsessed in healthy diet. So for the sake of eating healthy, they are so much obsessed that they may end up in malnutrition. So this obsession is not good at all. Nutrition disorders, as Mariam told before, they are very important. Constant snacking or binge attacks are signals of psychological disorders. They change the behaviors of people. They may cause individual to feel unhappy. At that level, we call it a disorder. If people have binging habits or bulimia, people think that if they binge eat, it's like they have an arousal out of binge eating, and then they go to sleep, and that's kind of comforting experience. And then this causes anorexia, or maybe sleeping disorders, and it causes more isolation. So I'm not saying I'm not saying obesity is a direct psychological disorder, but overweight and eating too much are connected. It may cause people to feel themselves guilty. Teenagers especially may have binge eating, bulimia, or anorexia. If you have symptoms of any of these conditions in your kids, please ask for professional help, because some of eating disorders uh, are primary causes of mortality. It may go to death. So it's not only a disrupted personality, but your kid may end up not eating at all. So what should we do in these days in terms of eating habits? So we use the word snacking, or we call it healthy snacking, but it's not snacking. And we should tell the kids that it's not snacking, but it's like mid-meal, an interval. You can tell your child this. And when somebody comes to our office, we say, okay, let's have 6 meals, 3 main meals and 3, intermediaries. So don't call it snacking, call it an intermediary or a middle meal. I mean, it's important for the kids to have proper vitamin and nutrients. The other thing is regular exercise because a strong, body structure and muscles and skeletons are important. And regular exercise is strongly recommended. Consuming healthy diet cooked at home is good, but it may also become a part of fun. You can have fun cooking with your kids. Our mothers used to kick us out of the kitchen. Don't mess with my kitchen, they used to say. Quite the opposite. Have your kids with you when you're cooking. Teach them how to cook and make it fun so that they can better understand things. And eating hours should be on a routine. We have a biological hour, time to eat, time to sleep. They all have underlying chemical processes. Another suggestion is know what you eat. There are new studies and awareness studies. The prefrontal functions of our brain are repeatedly triggered if the kids have increased awareness on what they eat. I mean, ask the kid, how does it taste? How does it feel? How does it smell? Do you know where this food is coming from? How the farmers are raising these vegetables. Things, I mean, chatting on these things will increase awareness of kids. The eating rituals is very important because eating is not about finishing the meal. It's about enjoying it and it's about knowing what you eat. Uh, and eating attacks are related with stress. So when do you eat more or when you don't eat at all? When are you more interested in a healthy diet? So increase your self-awareness and develop new ways to cope with your stress. And then during the pandemic, we also need to be aware of the very need to socialize and connect with each other. And there is one simple word, help. So socializing is about helping others, doing something for others. They are important ingredients of happiness. I know my time has almost ended. This was half of the medallion. We just discussed on disorders. But then the recent studies show that, okay, I mean, clinical psychology focuses on abnormalities and disorders, but how about protection or preventive measures? Or how can we increase the capacity to cope with stress factors or psychological disorders? This psychological resilience and the strength to recover. So psychological resilience is about presenting a better than expected progress despite all the risk or even trauma. And, I mean, exposure to trauma, or risks are important, and also the challenges during a development age, they also help shaping this resilience. So this psychological well-being depends on, first of all, admitting or accepting who you are and being autonomous and able to decide on your own, able to control your surroundings and investing in yourself and self-development. And then there are like certain core competencies like joy of life and and and survival skills are also mentioned by researchers. Ece, can you wrap up, please, Ece? Thank you.
Çocuğun iyi oluş halinde de çocuğun gelişimini
The
kolaylaştıran
well-being of the child.
çocuğun iyi oluşunun göstergeleri.
Well,
Burada
you know, the factors for the progress, for the development of child are the indicators of well-being, the capacity to cope with stressors, autonomy, self-confidence, self-respect and identity, empathy, sympathy, and capacity to cope with development challenges. But psychological resilience is not a concept that your child can develop alone, or as a parent you cannot just impose it. It has multiple dimensions: the parent, the child, the school, the society, neighborhood. Of course, the parents and caretakers, they are and peers are the core actors, and these actors help the child to learn, love of humanity or friendship, helping others, the joy of life, being positive and optimistic. You know, these are very much related with the survival skills. And last but not the least, what should we do to improve psychological resilience of children during pandemic? We have to build and restore trust factor. If at home you as parents you keep talking about negativities and how this pandemic will never end, it will directly affect your child. And try to be more accessible, responsive, respond to the questions. And I want to urge the parents, use media responsibly. Do not expose your children with all those disastrous news. And the families should also focus on their own self-care needs, because you are the role models. And my suggestions to the teachers, well, normally the schools are the first place to give psychological first aid, but now the schools are closed. Teachers have a responsibility. Be there for your students. Answer to your students. I want to thank my teachers when I was a student. They helped me a lot. Grow yourself, feed yourself. These are all important. And last but not the least, psychological health and psychological resilience factors should be in the curriculum. We need activities and training for families because teachers need more support. And don't forget that teachers are also role models for their students as much as as the parents. Thank you very much for your attention. It's a huge topic. I just tried to summarize. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is really a vast topic. However, our time is limited. So my apologies, I had to interrupt. Thank you very much to all our valuable presenters because they give us valuable information. Thank you very much. Yes, we are holding our international conference on nutrition, health, literacy, and education. And now we will proceed with our panel. The moderator will be the head of Department of Infectious Diseases, Serhat Ünal from Hacettepe University. And now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Mine Tanrıöver and Pınar Yıldız to join the panel and start the panel. Thank you very much, Mrs. Kaplan. Dear friends, welcome to all of you. I'd like to greet you all with respect and affection. Also on behalf of Mine and Pınar, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Sabri Hünkar Foundation for organizing this conference. Health literacy is a topic that we've been dealing with for quite some time now, and I will give the floor in due time to my panelists. And Mrs. Ece mentioned that we are in dire need of health literacy. Even if you pay regular visits to the doctor, even if you are reading up on literature, there is lots of information out there that can impact your behavior during this pandemic negatively. So you have to be very deliberate. We are all medical doctors. We deal with internal medicine and infectious diseases. My co-panelists likewise. And as you will see in a mere minute, health literacy does not only concern current events, it's concerning other issues as well, and we will get insight to that once Pınar and Mine have taken up the floor. We have approximately 1 hour for this panel, and without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Mine, and her title is a little provocative as well. She's from Hacettepe University. Mine, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum Serhat Hocam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Serhat. I would also like to thank the Scientific Committee and Sabri Hünkar Foundation for their kind invitation. Difficult times and health literacy is very important. It impacts not only the health of society, but also it helps in keeping up the welfare status of society, and we all feel it. It's very tangible to us. Today, in my presentation, I'd like to briefly touch upon the definition of what health literacy is, some factors that impact health literacy. I will also give information about practices throughout the world, what the importance of health literacy is for a healthy society, what is being done in the realm of general practitioners and in society in general. And then afterwards, I'd like to talk about multidimensional policies that can be or should be implemented in order to increase health literacy in society, with a couple of recommendations or maybe suggestions. And then I will hand the floor to Pınar. She will rather talk about the positive side of things. So what is health literacy? There is a definition which we have done once we entered the new millennium. The safety of patients, patient-oriented medicine, and so on and so forth. Those were all concepts that we were newly introduced to. So our focus is now on the patient, not only the patient's own personal ailment or disease, but a proactive approach that can be taken up by the patients for preventive purposes. So health literacy is, in short, defined in the following fashion. The capacity of an individual to adopt preventive, developing health measures. This is a very dynamic definition and a very vast definition. So reading a simple basic piece of information, reading comprehensive pieces of information and adopting that to your own personal health. Developing good health, sustaining good health, understanding information pertaining to that, and the motivation and the usage of the competencies and skills, including cognitive and social competencies, to sustain this good health status. It's a combination of all of these. Cognitive and social competencies are a very crucial part in this. So it's a very dynamic concept. There is a correlation between the complexity of the environment that the individual finds him or herself in, and also the demands of that environment. The system is complex and the system is demanding certain things, and putting these in perspective and also in correlation. So when you talk about health literacy, we're not only talking about the patient or the individual per se, but we're talking about all the caregivers, HCPs, and also public health politicians or policies. So individual health literacy is of course very important, but also the environment that can create health literacy. Access to information, access to healthcare services within the healthcare system, all the policies and processes, documents and people, and also the correlation between all of these that are made available to individuals. So as a conclusion, we can quickly say it's not all about increasing the knowledge of an individual. It's about all of the support systems and all of the auxiliary systems that can foster and increase this literacy. We can break down health literacy into different dimensions. This is something that is put forth by WHO in a similar fashion as well. Very basically or very fundamentally, when we say individual health literacy, we mean that people have an adequate level of reading and writing knowledge, fundamental reading and writing knowledge, in order to go about their daily lives, meaning making an appointment at the doctor's, going to the hospital. So a very fundamental basic literacy. One step further pertains to the communication, or rather the interactive health literacy, which means that an individual can actively take part in daily activities. He or she can make conclusions, can draw conclusions from a piece of information that he or she reads. And then the next level would be the critical health literacy, meaning analyzing the pieces of knowledge, not only understanding the disease that he or she may have itself, but adopting preventive measures and putting them into a social context by using the individual's social or cognitive skills and competency. So this is the highest level. This is the level where individuals can put forth demands and requests on the healthcare system, as well proactive demands. It's a proactive state of society, if I may say so. What are the factors that impact health literacy? A very simple example I would like to give to you. There's a wonderful study pertaining to this. If I prescribe a medicine to my patient, and if I say this has to be taken twice daily, what does the patient understand from this? And when I ask to show me what he or she understands, that's what I'm talking about. And there is a study that has been done about, pertaining to this. So when we say twice daily, this is very simple to us. This is common knowledge. This is very understandable. However, for some people, it's not that easily comprehensible. And even if they understand it, it's not easily implementable. And this study shows that 71% of all the partakers in the study have a low understanding of what to do when I say twice daily. So we can conclude from this that there are various factors that impact health literacy: personal features, societal structures, cultural environment, and the healthcare system in itself. So let me break these factors down. The age, gender, fundamental literacy, so the classical literacy status, play an importance. Fundamental or general cognitive capabilities, competencies, and also the socioeconomic status. The society and the culture they are living in is also very important. If you're living in a society where self-confidence and self-awareness is low, then this has an impact in a negative sense on preserving your own health. So the less risk you can take in society in general, or the less risks the society can take in general, the more you are having difficulties in preserving your own health, and so on and so forth. And this includes access to health information. This includes what people think about their health. This is a general behavioral pattern. When do people go to the doctors? Do they go there when a disease strikes, or do they go to the doctors for preventive purposes? And what is the response of the patients, of the individuals, when you recommend a certain medicine, for example, or a certain treatment? Let me give you another example. If think of a patient that has a high level of health literacy, but the environment that you are providing treatment in is such that you have to see 100 patients a day, lots of pressure on the physician, lots of pressure on the hospital, and in such an environment, you're trying to convey something to the patient. So even if the individual's health literacy is quite high, the environment may not be apt to provide adequate treatment and understanding and so forth. Of course, the healthcare system has 3 pillars: access to health, fundamental healthcare services, and also the demands on the healthcare system. We, for quite some time, have been trying to increase access in this country. However, I believe that services are quite low. However, these are important factors. Let's come to the world and the health literacy status throughout the world in comparison. Let's begin with the United States. Of course, there are different scales. I don't have the time to go into different scales that are validated in each and every country. Every country does it a little differently. And this is why health literacy is defined differently all over. This study is one of the most important studies conducted in the United States pertaining to health literacy, which divides health literacy into into four categories: below basic, basic, intermediate, and proficient. And we see that 14% of the society in the US has a below basic health literacy, and a proficient level only 12%. And we do know for a fact it is a vicious cycle, because low health literacy has negative impact, and we also need to take into account the socioeconomic status of people. For example, the Hispanic population in the US has a 40% below basic health literacy. And vaccination levels are also the lowest within the Hispanic population of the United States, and also chronic diseases are the most prevalent in the Hispanic population in the United States. So low levels of health literacy are really a pandemic in itself. Coming to Europe. This is the scale put forth by the European Union, published by Sorensen and colleagues in 2015. And we see that the general outline of, or the general condition of Europe as well is quite problematic. So quite a problematic status of health literacy. Lowest level is in Bulgaria within the European Union countries. 62% of the population of Bulgaria have a problematic general health literacy. So we have translated the study by Sorensen and colleagues into Turkish and have validated it for the Turkish environment together with my colleagues. And this is the first most comprehensive health literacy study with an epidemiological outlook as well, including roughly 5,000 people. Sample size was almost 5,000. And what we saw is that we are even worse than Bulgaria. So the Turkish society, roughly 65%, so 2/3, have an unhealthy level or problematic level of health literacy. And this roughly amounts to 35 million people. Of course, health literacy has different dimensions to it, and if we break it down, we see that our ability to assess health information is the most problematic one. Serious problems in our country. Age, gender, fundamental literacy, classical literacy go hand in hand with health literacy. So the older you get health literacy drops. At this scale, we see that 42 to 50% equals a perfect level of health literacy, and anything below 25 points is an insufficient health literacy level. And this is broken down into gender and age, and we see that even the younger population has an inadequate or insufficient level of health literacy, and it further drops the older you get. And together with the basic literacy level, those that are illiterate have an unhealthy level of health literacy. But even if you have a master's degree or have a PhD, you do not have a perfect level of health literacy. It's only sufficient on the sufficient level. And as Pervin mentioned, another study was conducted together with MOH validated and catered to the needs and the structure of the Turkish population, the Turkish society. And the study shows the same results, basically. The Turkish society, roughly 70%, so 7 out of 10 people have an insufficient or problematic level of health literacy. And this is very upsetting, of course. And unfortunately, the women suffer most here. The number of women that have a perfect or sufficient level of health literacy is only 6.5%, slightly higher in men. And this is decreasing with age, of course. And it's not that difficult to foresee the impact of this situation. There are multiple factors playing into this. As I've said, the profile of the patients that we're seeing has changed in the past years. Much more chronic diseases, older patients. I remember when I was doing my residency at the School of Medicine, we were checking on blood pressure. We were following up for 3 to 4 days. And that was it. Now this is not possible anymore. The patients that are the inpatients have 3, 4 chronic or systemic diseases. And lots of pressure on HCPs as well. The performance system is negatively impacting all of us because we have a performance anxiety, fear of underperforming.
Gerek hasta güvenliği ve kalite iyileştirme çalışmaları dolayısıyla gerekse birazcık daha böyle işte kağıtsız hastaneye geçelim, teknolojiyi, sağlık sistemini biraz daha entegre edelim diye uğraşırken aslında baktık ki biz...
No, we're trying to remove the paperwork and trying to make it more digital. But then now we are spending more time in front of the computer. We intended to introduce a patient-centric health service, but all of a sudden we have built a computer-centric health system. So most of our assistants or doctors are spending their time in front of the computer instead of, meeting the patient in person. And this definitely undermines the patient-doctor relationship, the trust factor we used to build in, and I'm very unhappy about it. We see everything from the screen, and this truly undermines the human aspect of our relationship. Well, to summarize, accessing to accurate information is a huge challenge in the age of information. The World Health Organization chief said we are not only fighting a pandemic, but we are also fighting a infodemic, because there was a proliferation of misinformation and disinformation. So accessing the right information from appropriate resources is a huge challenge, and non-scientific information is distributed much faster. It's like an echo effect, because people keep misinforming each other. So in countries where health literacy is low, like us, accessing to correct information is a greater problem. So what happens? People quit their medication. People don't visit their doctors because they are learning information from wrong resources, and they replace superstitions with science. And now health system is so complicated, and navigating among the health system is a huge challenge in itself. This is another big problem. Risk communication is also important, because if you claim to give patient-centric health system, you have to involve the patient in all the decision-making processes. But that means when you are given a decision on a certain treatment, you have to discuss advantages and disadvantages and risks of every treatment option with the patient. However, if health literacy is low, people have huge problems in terms of understanding the risk factor. You know, people who don't have enough literacy, they don't understand what you say, they cannot communicate well, and it really hurts the patient-doctor relationship and caregiver-patient relationship. And the patient may not express themselves properly. You want to understand. You ask the patient their symptoms, but they can't even express their symptoms. This is not an individual problem. This is a social problem. It starts with, you know, abuse of drugs, chronic diseases, and reduced quality of life and morbidity, and also abuse of health system. At the end, it increases costs and then poses a great risk for the sustainability of the health system. You know, people with low health literacy use health system more frequently, but not more efficiently. You know, when compared with Europe, Turkish people use the health system much more frequently than their European peers, but not efficiently at all. So the increased access to healthcare does not always mean a higher quality healthcare. Preventive medicine, you know, according to our survey, like for example, the vaccine for cold, I mean, only 10% of people go for it. Or for example, monitoring for hypertension, only 63% have it. You know, or going to, you know, going to a dentist or a dental screening. These ratios are also very low. You know, this has to do with, you know, not being taking enough measures, you know. And then let's talk about vaccines. You know, in this survey, we had specific questions on vaccines. You know, on a scale of very difficult to very easy, can you please assess if the below statements are easy or difficult? How easy or difficult is it for you to understand why you need vaccination? And 24% say very difficult. And half of the population say they can't understand which vaccines they need. That means literacy of health is very much related with preventive medicine practices. This is both true on an individual level and also on a social and healthcare system level. So, what are the suggestions? What is the solution? Well, this is on the agenda of us, also on the agenda of the Ministry of Health. And it was listed as a serious external risk in 2017. And the Ministry of Health said, urged stakeholders to review the current situation and develop strategies to mitigate health literacy risks. Ministry of Health now wants to cooperate with Ministry of Education and start educating kids in the primary school on health and well-being. Well, in conclusion, I can say policies for health literacy is a multidimensional. It requires an agenda to involve multiple stakeholders and industries. It's not just the government to do it, but it is also civil society, media,
sürece dahil olmalı.
research and academic institutions to be involved in this process. And then print, visual, audio, and social media documents should become more trustworthy, scientific, and easy to understand, because people may not understand complicated messages. We have to give them simple and proper advice. And we also encourage Ministry of Health to shift from per patient fees to quality of life related remuneration, because this is not an individual problem but a social and national problem. Hope to see you in better times. Thank you, Mine. I will leave the questions to the end, and without any further ado, I want to give the floor to Associate Doctor Professor Pınar Yıldız from Eskişehir University. Pınar will talk about added value impact on high health literacy. Pınar, the floor is yours. Thank you, Professor. Dear participants, I greet you with respect. From Eskişehir, I want to thank Sabri Hünkar Foundation for organizing this event.
Ekranımı paylaşmak istiyorum.
I want to share my screen real quick.
Pardon. Yanlış bir ekran paylaşımında yardımcı olabilir misiniz?
O aşağıdaki yeşil
ve hastalıkta yüksek sağlık
I will talk about the added value effects of high health literacy. My agenda is I will talk about the benefits of health literacy, how, what, who, when, and the high health literacy and its benefits on chronic diseases. You know, Mine already comprehensively talked about this, but just as a brief reminder, health literacy is about, you know, it gives access, ability to understand, assess, and practice what they learn about health. And the health responsibility is on the caregiver or the trainer. And it is a kind of guidance for a healthy society. You know, humans throughout history have discussed the ways of well-being and well-aging. And then we know that our genetic structure and our environmental factors are important in healthy living and healthy aging. And health literacy enables us to reshape our life with an increased awareness. Because we all have a DNA, you know, things given to us, but with a higher literacy, we can prevent certain diseases or we can, treat their diseases faster. High health literacy is essential for communication in health services. It increases awareness and it brings equal access to healthcare. The higher literacy also improves healthcare results and it also decreases the overall health costs. In 2016, in Shanghai, the World Health Organization organized a conference on pillars of health promotion, and the WHO identified 3 pillars of health, and one of them was health literacy for the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. And we should work on identifying and developing health literacy as a critical identifier of health. We are living in a digital age. Digital literacy is equally important because this is how people can also monitor their well-being, and proper pricing policies, transparency, and readable and clear labeling practices are also important. These were listed by WHO. High health literacy is about interactive and critical literacy. As Minna said, it's very low in Turkey and elsewhere. It's about accessing to information, using technology properly, and then correctly analyzing the data and being able to use it in all decision-making processes. And a key word is high health literacy will enable the individual to act more proactively for their own health and also for the public health. High health literacy. So who is the audience for this now? Healthy people, of course, the patients and their families, doctors and all health professionals, pharma industry, teachers and managers. They are all target audience for high health literacy. So when I use the word high health literacy, it may not be clear enough. I will give you an example. What does it mean for us in a health system? For example, a case, 55 years old, female, 15 years, type 2 diabetes with hypertension, very common. There is diabetes history in the family, using multiple medication, including insulin, and refers to hospital 2 or 3 times a month. But the blood sugar level is not under control, and she suffers all the negative impacts of diabetes. So that means this person does not have a high health literacy. If this case had high health literacy, will that change anything? Well, if this patient knew that they were prone, she was prone to diabetes, she could take measures. And when she was diagnosed with diabetes and hypertension, she could change her lifestyle, add more physical activities, change her diet, because a lot of cases with diabetes and hypertension, they even don't know their body weight. So that low health literacy really undermine their capabilities to cope with the disease. And And patients, when they go to a checkup, to a control visit, and only receive the same medication, they assume that they are doing well, but it's actually the opposite, because diabetes may cause blindness, stroke, heart attack, or food diseases, or loss of senses, or even kidney deficiencies. And this patient, and also the entire society, if they have higher health literacy, they can help reducing the overall job load of health professionals and the total cost of care in the system. Okay, I mean, maybe we are aiming at perfection, but in order to aim perfection, it's also important to consider the overall literacy of the society. The higher we educate people, the higher their health literacy becomes. But if the society is not ready for such a high level of literacy, then our efforts may pose a risk, because we see that in our neighborhood, it's very easy to access information. And it seems like everybody knows everything and everybody is an expert on health matters. They interfere with the medication, vaccines, and people talk as if they are a health authority, which is a huge problem. And that threatens the public health. And the mass media makes it easy to access information, but people really don't know how to analyze the information, and they may end up in wrong behaviors. So we need to help people absorb the knowledge and help it translate into a change in behaviors. And when to give high health literacy. It's a lifelong practice, starting from primary education to all ages, because all these environmental factors play a key role in health literacy. And how can we increase health literacy? We cannot only do it with patients or health professionals. It's a system. Health providers, the trainers, teachers, communicators, the drug industry. It's a multi-stakeholder process. And in terms of how health education, we have been discussing this throughout the conference. And we should have classes in the regular curriculum on family and quality of life, and teachers are always a role model, and they should teach their students that health is a golden standard. It's not a luxury. And within the health system, at the hospital, at the clinics, and everywhere, we should use everything from posters to digital ads and educate our patients, so that our patient use all that information and can process it. And when informing people, we need to use an easy to understand language, like we can use images and scientific and fact-based information should be given to people in an easy to understand way. That is how we can gradually increase the core health literacy. Like this is a sample brochure. This is about asthma and chronic disease management. This is a chronic initiative for asthma. Asthma is a controllable disease, and this brochure is using images and lists all these phases of the disease, the triggers and preventive measures. So the patients can obtain this brochure at the doctor's office, and then this brochure, the patient takes it back to home, and it really helps them to improve their literacy. And then there are social events like panels, courses, awareness weeks, corporate trainings. And then never forget that, such training activities should not be in a passive mode. They should be interactive and encourage active involvement of patients. Lifelong learning centers of universities play a crucial role to this end. Basic child care and health. Like in our university, we have these two courses: basic child care and health, and care of elderly. Universities and lifelong learning centers can be instrumental in increasing health literacy. In a sense, such a level of health literacy, such a critical health literacy adds value. And they add value for the individuals. It means a healthy life and prevents early death, especially because of chronic diseases. And socially, it may encourage people to respect a common life and respect others, and to raise future generations. And for the health system, it will help using efficient use of health system, reducing overall burden, reducing total cost of care, and improving the efficiency of the health system. So this high health literacy will have all these impacts. If the health literacy is high, and if the individuals are more proactive and they protect their health, they will be healthy. Their well-being will be higher. If the individuals are not aware of their own duties, then it will be like a rule book. Like they perceive the doctor as giving orders. But if the individual has a higher literacy, a higher awareness, then it wouldn't be a list of instructions, but choices. So this is only possible with health literacy, a healthier and quality life. For example, you may have diabetes and hypertension, but they can be controlled before deadly complications develop. So people's quality of life may be increased. So this is not only important for the individual, but for the entire society. Healthy individuals can build healthy society. And individuals can use that money to better avenues. Well, I have a couple of slides on preventive medicine and high literacy. Such a high health literacy, if people know their genetics, their individual risks, and know the alarm signals on their body, it may help them to prevent certain diseases. And a lot of diseases can be diagnosed early. And early diagnosis may prevent a lot of diseases like cancer and others. So high health literacy is instrumental in preventive medicine. And high literacy also benefits adult vaccination. Because if the health literacy is low, people don't trust vaccination, despite all the scientific data. And that brings a dramatic health risk for the society. But if the literacy is higher, then they know how to obtain correct information about vaccination, and they don't really focus on the ingredients of the vaccines, but they focus on the social well-being. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, we are observing this very clearly. A high health literacy also benefits the management of chronic diseases. Chronic diseases are a big burden for adult diseases. They have slow progress, they have multiple risk factors, and they are complicated. And not only the individual, but the quality of life of the
İki
society
tane
also
önemli
decreases.
aslında beraberinde getirdiği sorun var ki bu erken
And they
ölüm
have
sorunu.
two connected problems, early death and consumption of health resources. 41 million people in the world die early or prematurely from chronic diseases. So prevention and management of chronic diseases requires higher literacy. If otherwise, if people do not follow up themselves, like if the diabetic patient don't follow up their body weight, or if a hypertensive patient does not follow their medication, or if the patient with a heart problem don't have physical activities sufficiently, you can be the best doctor in the world. Your hospital will have the cutting-edge devices, but you cannot cure that patient anymore. So the awareness on diseases and high health literacy are so important in managing and preventing diseases. There are so many benchmarks to this, but fundamentally they all give the same suggestions. You know, we need to understand, how patients understand or consume data. We have to teach the patient how to manage numbers like blood pressure, salt intake, the dosage of their medication. We have to help them because people don't understand these numbers. We have to be meticulous on this. We should be guiding them, build a good communication, and prove that we are collaborating. And also we need to involve patients in the decision-making process, because during emergencies, the patients should be aware, to respect the doctor's discretion. So high health literacy should be embedded in the system and should be practical to implement. So every last sentence is a beginning, because with this last statement, we hope to start into a new beginning. Health literacy is an important component of preventive medicine services. It's an important component of quality of life. So everybody is responsible, not just the doctors, but also the rest of the society. All stakeholders should be aware of their responsibilities. Health literacy should be increased at all levels. Everyone, all stakeholders should assume their duties to this end, because every individual is a trainer. If we can do that, so many risk factors can be reduced with early diagnosis. A higher quality life is possible Thank you very much for your kind attention.
No, we have to thank you. You reminded us of how important health literacy is. Distinguished participants, I ask for 1 minute so that we can organize the flow.
Evet, Sabri Ülker Vakfı'nın düzenlediği
Yes.
konferansımızda sağlık okuruyatı
Now
paneli tamamlanmış durumda.
we come to the end of the panel organized within the International Conference on Nutrition, Health Literacy and Education. Thank you very much to the moderator, Professor Serhat Ünal, and to our panelists, Professor Mine Durusu Tanrıöver and Mrs. Yıldız. With your permission, both in my capacity as a journalist and as the moderator, would like to pose a question to Serhat Ünal. Yesterday we had the meeting of our scientific committee with the presence of the Minister of Health. The mutated virus is in Turkey now, and the second wave of vaccination will start on February 15th in schools. And the schools will open on February 15 as well. And beginning of March, the exams will take place. The minister said yesterday that in classroom education is risky. Is it? Will the schools be opened on February 15th? We're talking about 18 million students plus 7 million university students. Will the schools be opened? What's your foresight? This is a question I don't have the answer to, but let me try to explain it. Is it risky? Yes, it is. Since March last year, a lot has happened. This is a health issue, of course, a health problem. However, education of our students, our children, has been put on hold. You may remember that some time ago we had daily 40,000 new cases. Cafes have been shut. There's screening when you go to shopping malls, and we have weekend curfews and daily evening curfews. So this is like a game of chess. The virus makes a move and then you make a move. And the measures adopted were quite successful because daily cases have dropped down to 4,000, 4,500. Yesterday we had, however, 8,000 new cases. So test positivity has also increased up to 6%. So we have an upwards trend again. Many factors may play into it. So we had a mild climate despite winter months. People do not necessarily adhere to the measures, and vaccination, of course. We see examples everywhere. Young people come together, everyone's on winter vacation. We've all seen the footage from Uludağ, a skiing resort. We see public transport. Public transport is packed, and congresses are being organized. So lots of activities going on. So is it really because of all of this? It could be. However, we do have a biological situation as well. We have a new mutation, which is far more contagious, and the possibility for mortality is also increased. So, are the measures sufficient? Are they insufficient now with regards to the new mutation? This is what they're trying to find out. Is it because of the measures and the non-adherence, non-compliance to these measures by people, or is it because of the new virus? If we do not contain this new mutation, we will definitely see the third wave in March, April, and so on. There is no problem when it comes to the efficacy of our vaccines vis-à-vis the virus. However, mutations are ongoing. Maybe the virus mutates into a form which is less sensitive to the vaccines. Shall we open the schools? Yes, of course. We all want this. On the 15th of February, village schools will open. We will take a step and then take a look at the results. And we will observe the mutation and biological changes in the virus. If we observe an increase in new cases, then we will go back. If it's controlled, if it's stable, we might introduce something new. People are angry at the scientific committee. It's not a scientific committee anyway, it's a scientific advisory board that advises the presidency, the president. So they do not have a say in this, they're just advising, they just have an advisory position. And the last word is with the presidency. We are all looking at it from a health perspective. However, there's the sociological dimension, as has been talked about today. It has an impact. If a country is backwards, and if you stop schooling, they will fall further backwards. We have economic losses. We have day workers. We have lots of people in Turkey that live from paycheck to paycheck or on a daily income basis only. So lots of dimensions to the problem. My request to the teachers, and I know we are speaking to the teachers today, teaching is not only within the classroom. Teaching is all the time.
Eğitimlerdeki katkısı da tartışılmaz. Toplumumuza tekrar hatırlatmak zorundayız.
And we need to remind our society over and over again. Wearing a mask, social distancing and hygiene, airing your rooms and houses. Let's do that. let's be compliant with that. And on top of that, with the help of the vaccines, let's stay compliant. Let's stick to the rules. Let's comply with the new regulations so that we can avoid the problem of a third potential wave in February, March. Well, everyone is talking about this, and international reports are drafted. Closing everywhere and opening schools could be a solution, maybe, because there is an educational loss, and the impact of that may be irreversible. It will have an economic impact in the future as well. Well, it's not really like that. Opening village schools may be a step because they are easier to control. But if you open the schools in the city, the students do not, the children do not go to schools in the city by walking. They need to take a shuttle bus. They need to take public transportation. So do the teachers. Village schools are not comparable to city schools, to urban schools. So I'm not really in a position to assess the situation in its entirety, but of course we do wholeheartedly believe, all of us, that schools need to be urgently reopened in order to avoid further risks. But going back to where we started is not a possibility either, is not the way to go either. So we do have questions. What, as individuals, can we do to increase health literacy in general? What can we do as an individual? Of course, you all talked about it. There's what we can learn within the educational system itself, but what can we do as an individual? Yes, for that, I would like to give the floor to our two panelists. Mine. Well, health literacy has different dimensions to it. I talked about these different dimensions, and each of these dimensions bears individual processes, but very basically, people need to make sure that the information they access is the right information, wherever they get information from. So informational resources, they are plenty, and we should really resort to those sources that are reliable from institutions and so on. And something that's very recommended and important for people that have chronic diseases, people need to adopt a proactive approach. A technique that is recommended all over the world for patients to ask is to ask three fundamental questions. What do I have? What do I need to do about this? And why is it important that I do something about this situation? So three fundamental questions. The answers to these questions will deliver valuable information for the patient so that they can adopt a proactive stance. Let's take a diabetes patient, for example, highly prevalent, as Pınar mentioned. When a diabetes patient goes to the physician, he or she needs to ask, what do I have? What can I do about this? And the doctor will give multiple answers. And the patient should then ask, why do I need to get a vaccine? Why do I need to get insulin shots? They need to inquire so that they can understand what the rationale behind those actions is, so that they can take preventive measures later on. We need to ask questions and not only accept what's being told. That's my recommendation. Yes, three fundamental questions. What do I have? What can I do about this? And why should I do something about this? Pınar. Yes, we definitely need to be aware of our health condition, first and foremost, as an individual. And we need to be confident so that we can adopt responsibility for our own condition. We need to internalize health literacy as a concept. We need to accept this responsibility and act accordingly, because otherwise we enter into a chaos. And in order to avoid that, we need to adopt this responsibility on an individual level. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Pervin. Wonderful conference. Thank you for your efforts. Thank you to the panelists as well. Yes, we thank you for joining us. Thank you very much to Professor Serhat Ünal, moderator of this panel, and thank you to Professor Mine Durusu Tanrıöver and Associate Professor Pınar Yıldız, our panelists, for joining this panel. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the conference. Food literacy is our topic right now. And I would now like to give the floor to Ayşe Gülsel Işık, representative of the FAO in Turkey. Yes, I can see her now. Welcome, Mrs. Ayşe Gül. Hello. Hello, Mrs. Pervin. You have the floor. You will talk about food literacy. Thank you very much. Food literacy and health literacy go hand in hand and are complementary, I thoroughly believe. It's important
sağlığını nasıl etkileyeceğini çok iyi bilmesi gerekiyor. O yüzden sağlık okuryazarlığı ne kadar önemliyse gıda okuryazarlığı.
Food literacy is as important as health literacy. This is how I would like to start my presentation. Distinguished managers of Sabri Ülker Foundation, thank you very much for organizing this conference. It is very valuable and has a very rich content. Thank you very much to all of you. We, of course, experience the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic day in and day out. Food prices are increasing. There is lots of pressure on agriculture and other sectors, and our access to various sources is not as it used to be. And you are, I'm sure, aware of the situation. You are following the news. The press may not report on the seriousness of this issue in its entirety, maybe. We do know that poverty is increasing throughout the world, and the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations does studies on this, and the studies show this very fact. So this is the environment we're finding ourselves in. Urbanization, the speed of urban life, and also the flux of information is increasing. Especially when it comes to food-related issues, consumption, diet, and nutrition, lots of information are flooding in from all over the place. And the question remains whether these pieces of information are correct and are good for us. So are we really able to access the correct information at the correct time is the question. Distinguished guests, food systems are multi-layered and multifaceted. Within food systems, we're not only talking about food producers such as the peasants or farmers. Within the farm-to-table chain, we're talking about the producer, logistics, supermarket employees, employers, or really anyone that is affected by food in one way or another. And on the consumption side, we have other issues such as health issues, obesity, for example, and that's another dimension to the problem or to the situation. On top of that, we have climate change, global changes, environmental changes, and so on and so forth. All of these are included within food systems, I have to say. For example, the example of a tomato. For a tomato to come from farm to table, costs are involved. And everyone that has a say or plays a role in food systems needs to make the correct and needs to make good decisions in order to cater to the demand, in order to be able to supply. Of course, the impact of the pandemic is tangible to everyone and to every sector. Also within our organization, the FAO, UNHCR, or IFAD, the developmental agency, we together have conducted a joint study and did research on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on food chains or food systems. We saw that fruits and vegetable producers were impacted initially the most. However, this is true for all branches, for example, apiculture, honey and other apicultural produce is impacted. However, in a positive sense this time. This is what the study showed us. Of course, everyone's concern and fear is how we can boost our immune system vis-a-vis this virus. This also may come about with an opportunity, and that is health literacy or food literacy, because we definitely need to know what's in the food that we consume. If we already have a disease such as diabetes, we shouldn't be consuming sugar, of course. We know that. We need to have the awareness pertaining to this. So auto-control or a self-check mechanism is necessary. And adopting the literacy to be able to do that is of crucial importance. On the other hand side, in order to increase health literacy, the information that we consume should be healthy, meaning we need to be very discerning when it comes to the information that we take in, that we consume. If our aim is healthy, sustainable nutrition and diet, then a behavioral change needs to take place in the consumer, which includes health literacy and food literacy. If you can read labels, if you are literate when it comes to food and health, then we can say that you have accumulated a certain amount of knowledge that is beneficial to your health. Maybe you are adopting a healthy lifestyle to preserve your weight, your body weight, and you try to consume produce in season. You're trying to stay away from processed foods as much as possible. That's wonderful, but you need to make sure that all of that produce is packed according to certain food codexes and organically produced and so on and so forth. You need to know that if you are a conscious consumer, if you have that awareness. And this is not easy. It's not easy to read labels. It's not easy to analyze what's on those labels because there are different abbreviations or technical terminology that you need to be aware of. You may be buying organic, however, there is no guarantee. Even if you're living in a village, it comes with problems, it comes with issues, also in the financial sense, because organic produce is costly. So there are different dimensions, is what I'm trying to say, when it comes to food and health literacy. Everyone wants to eat good produce, and this is a right. It's a right of every consumer to have access to good quality and healthy food. But the fundamental or basic principles of a good diet need to be conveyed in the press in the correct fashion. It needs to be the correct information, up to date and scientific. So having access to good quality food is one thing. Adopting food and health literacy is another thing. If food is not produced according to HACCP rules and codexes, it is not considered good, healthy food according to the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations. That's our definitions. That's our definition. Maybe we can define food literacy in the following fashion. Choosing food and being aware of our food choices and its impact on our life. That's basically the definition of food literacy. Every food item that we choose has an impact on our personal self, body, mind, and spirit, and also on the environment and society, on our health. If you have certain misconceptions pertaining to malnutrition, for example, we need to correct those. How much minerals, how much vitamins do you need to consume to be healthy? So awareness is really key. But on the other hand side, the food items that we consume need to have been produced in line, in compliance with good food practices, without pesticides, without having an environmentally negative impact, without harming the environment. So it's really multifaceted and complex. As you are all aware, I'm sure, lots of supermarket chains have incepted their own food production, or that they somehow support educational activities for peasants, for example, for farmers, and so on and so forth.
Sofranıza gelebiliyor. Bir taraftan da böyle üretildiği için de çevreyi.
And if food is produced like that, we also protect the environment. And the labels need to be designed in a consumer-friendly fashion as well. So it's really in minute letters, very small, difficult to read, and with a lingua that is specific to the food industry. You need to be knowledgeable to understand those labels. Maybe people that have a certain educational status or an educational background can read those labels, but it's not easy for somebody that doesn't have an education background, for example, or that has primary education only. So the food that we consume has an impact on our health, and it's indicative of how our health is impacted as well. If you are a conscious consumer, then all's fine, I would say. No major problems. However, everyone in society needs to be aware, because it has societal impacts as well. For example, shelf life, expiration dates. What do those mean? If we know that, then we may opt for not buying those products that will expire in due time. However, we should also bear in mind that this leads to food waste. Products that are not bought because they are about to expire are reintroduced into the recycling system, but not all of it, and the majority of it is wasted, despite the fact that they are still consumable. And this leads to food waste. So health literacy and food literacy has a societal impact as well.
Let me update you on this. As part of FAO and Turkey Food Partnership Program, and thanks to the Turkish government, we are working in Turkey, in Azerbaijan, in some Turkic republics, and we are trying to raise awareness in terms of reducing food waste. We are helping governments to develop national strategies, and it's a beautiful project. I deeply appreciate the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry in Turkey. They just launched Save Your Food campaign in Turkey, which is a great campaign. The goal of the campaign is to prevent waste. But I think it is directly or indirectly connected with food literacy. For food literacy, we have another project on our agenda for 2020 to be launched very soon. And I think our food literacy and Save Your Food campaigns will support each other. These projects will help increasing awareness of consumers, will help reducing total waste, and also give people better, healthier dietary habits. Well, food literacy helps mitigating a lot of conditions like diabetes, obesity, overweight, and related conditions. Will also help reducing food-based allergies I mean, we hope that we will be instrumental to that end. And then teaching kids for healthy dietary habits will also help them a lot in their future lives. Because if the current curriculum in Turkey includes food literacy, that will really help kids to have a healthier lifestyle. The UN is supporting this, the FAO is supporting this, and we have a book to be localized in Turkish, and we are now in contact with Turkish Ministry of Education to make our books a part of their teachings at school, because we care for early education of children. Well, salt and sugar are in our lives, and it is must to have for some of us, and for some of us it's a terrible disaster. There are so many campaigns about salt and sugar intake, but in the end they are part of our lives. You know, maybe we should put sugar and salt just at the right amount, and but then we have community campaigns, overall national and local campaigns on this. However, our efforts in food literacy will benefit a lot to such campaigns as well. You know, public health and food literacy are very much interconnected, and I believe we can progress on these fronts. As I have just said, we appreciate the efforts of Ministry of Food and Agriculture in relation to our Save Your Food campaign. We also appreciate several NGOs supporting our initiatives. And I believe that this is a multi-stakeholder task. We have very close connections with several government agencies. At the end, we have one common goal. We want to increase awareness in the society, and we will be more than happy to support NGOs and government agencies to this end. So, in conclusion, I believe food literacy and health literacy go together, and consumers should learn how to read better the labels, but it is not just a label literacy, but the consumers should have a better understanding about their dietary needs, like what do they need to intake, about the fundamentals of a healthy diet, like how much carbohydrates or proteins or vitamins we need to take. And based on all that knowledge, then people can better decide on the food, like they can choose fruits and vegetables and use them in the best season. And also buying, cleaning, storing, cooking, and consuming food. All these things are part of the awareness project. So this requires a national effort. But on the other hand, there is a mass media and social media just giving out anything as science, and that fake science may be our biggest enemy. So we have a huge responsibility, ladies and gentlemen. In the end, for a healthy, sustainable, and environment-friendly diet, we should become more conscious consumers, and for that we all need to improve our food literacy. With that, I want to thank the organizers. I don't want to speak any longer. However, I will be more than happy to answer any questions on behalf of FAO and my organization. Well, thank you, Ayşegül, for talking about food literacy and reducing food waste. And Sabri Ülker Foundation has an initiative to raise awareness among children. I know we have a project between Sabri Ülker Foundation and FAO. We want to thank Ayşegül Selicik. The next speaker is Professor Karen.
Sözü Sayın Wisthoff'ta bırakıyoruz.
Thank you so much and
Çok teşekkürler. Beni davet ettiğiniz için çok teşekkür etmek istiyorum.
I've been listening and
benden
about health literacy, health education, food literacy, and now I'll talk a little about food for health, and with a special focus on teaching taste. Just to present myself, I'm a professor at the Danish School of Education in Copenhagen, Aarhus University in Copenhagen, and beside I'm a professor in Norwegian at the University in Bergen, and I have been professor in Greenland at the Polar Circle for several years, beside my professorship in Copenhagen. For the last 6 years, I've been co-manager of this national interdisciplinary center, Taste for Life. Taste for Life is a Danish national center established in 2014, and we order to foster interdisciplinarity, collaborative projects focused on the flavor of food as a driving force for learning, education, food literacy, and good practice. The overall mission is to create a basis for a good life for the Danish population. Today, I'll be talking from this book, Teaching Taste, which we published last year, and it's my husband Lars Kvartrup and I, and you can download the book from Common Ground Research Networks, and it'll be in my reference list at the end of the presentation. The book's title is Teaching Taste. And this Teaching Taste is a new paradigm for food education in Denmark and in Norway. And I'll come to the, I'll start to present what it is about, and then the argument is coming afterwards. Teaching taste in a health education context. Why that? The aim is to support the understanding of the importance of teaching taste in health promotion and education, and to develop a research-based to taste in order to strengthen the professional communication of health professionals. The general objective is to present an empirically informed, systematic theory qualifying reflections on taste education. So this is about taste education which is, you can say it's familiar with health education, but it is focused on taste, and not only taste as a sense, in the sensed way, but taste as education. Let me start to show these two dimensions of health. And this afternoon we have heard a lot about the one dimension. I'll call it the absence of illness dimension of health, with a special focus on nutrition, food intake, food literacy, and so on. The other dimension of health has a focus on pleasure, taste experiences, and it in that way health has something with life quality, has something to do with life quality rather than devoid illness. And I know in this corona pandemic, everyone is focusing at the absence of illness dimension, but right now I'll show what a focus on well-being can have a kind of impact on taste education. We know during our research in Taste for Life that in the absence of illness perspective, tastiness supports appetite, tastiness supports a balanced food intake, and tastiness prevents malnutrition. And we have heard about that this afternoon. In the other dimension, in the well-being perspective, we know that tastiness supports personal pleasure and life quality. Tastiness supports taste communities, and tastiness supports value clarification. And what is the aim of teaching taste within these two perspectives? We focus on taste competences. So this is children's taste competences. It's another thing that food literacy, it has something to do with their critical taste choices, food choices. So the aim is to develop children's taste competences, where health professionals and patients or children should learn how to know and reflect on different taste dimensions. The other aim number 2, is taste authority, to develop taste authority. Here, health professionals and teachers, would I say, should become authorities on taste and develop themselves into taste autonomous persons with ability to take critical judgments of taste. And at least our aim is to develop taste responsibility with the old philosopher Immanuel Kant, the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. He presented 200 years ago his very famous sapere aude. It has to do with use your rationality. And in our research, we work with sentire aude, to have courage to use your senses and commit to present your taste experiences in a way so that they can be dealt with others, to qualify reflected judgments of taste. These are the aims of our teaching taste paradigm. The sensus communis is another term we have borrowed from the old German philosophers Gadamer and Kant, and it has something to do with common taste experiences, common meals, where the children has a possibility to share their taste experiences, to talk about taste, and to have a kind of taste communication and taste community. With a focus on pleasure and taste experiences, I would answer, what do we mean when we say that something tastes good? And now I'll explain the background for the aim and for the general objective. Taste, we operate with three taste systems. The physiological system, where nerve impulses and perceptions live. The mental system, with consciousness and experiences and memories. And the social system, with community and context and sensus communis. So there are three taste systems who, in a way, they couple up to each other, but they are independent in their ways of producing taste. The physiological system, the mental system, and the social system. And according to these three systems, we have developed a system of taste with 7 taste dimensions, and I'll just mention them very short here and come back to them in a few minutes. Taste in the middle of this figure means the quality of taste. And then we have the 7 taste dimensions: the sensed taste, the moral taste, the religious taste, the loving taste, the trendy taste, the pleasant taste, and the healthy taste. Today we have heard a lot about the healthy taste and the sensed taste. We have heard a little about the moral taste, but my focus is, and here my focus is not food and health, it is taste. When I talk about health, I'll talk about the healthy taste in this way. The 7 taste dimensions live, or according to the 3 taste systems, we can place the 7 taste dimensions in a certain way. Only the sensed taste belongs to the psychological system of taste. The other 6 dimensions belongs to both the mental system and the social system. The 3 system and the 7 taste dimensions are operatively coupled. That means that they use each other, they couple up to each other, depending on which situation, what meal, what food, what meal it is about. I have just to keep an eye on the time, because I would go very quick through the 7 taste dimensions just to explain what it is about, and then you can, this PowerPoint presentation would be on the net afterwards, so you can have a look at it yourself if you are interested. The sense taste, what it is about, it is sensory perception, and the knowledge we need when we teach about the sense taste is sensory science and gastrophysics. The pleasant taste is about pleasure, deliciousness, or disgust, maybe. And the knowledge we need when we teach is knowledge about aesthetics, inclusive gastronomy. The healthy taste is on the one side the absence of illness dimension, and on the other side the well-being dimension. And here we need knowledge about health, well-being, and nutrition. And I would say well-being, the knowledge about well-being is very, very important to work with the healthy taste. It's not only the nutrition, the knowledge nutrition or the nutrition science that's important here. To teach about healthy taste needs both knowledge about health, well-being, and nutrition. The moral taste is about social norms, moral or political acceptance, and here we need ethics, including food justice, food justice, as what we have heard a little about this afternoon. And this knowledge we need to teach about moral taste. The religious taste has to do with faith and spiritual dimensions, and the knowledge we need is religious. We need knowledge about the religious food and or religious meals to teach about the religious taste. The loving taste is about love or passion. We need knowledge about love articulated through food and meals to teach about the loving taste. And at least the trendy taste, here it is about style. Is food trendy or is it old-fashioned? Is the meal trendy or old-fashioned? What style it is about? So we need knowledge about food fashions. And in Denmark and US, we call it, sometimes we call it foodies. Knowledge about foodies. This is food trends. We need knowledge about when we teach about the trendy taste. This is an overview about the 7 taste dimensions and what it is about and what knowledge we need when we teach about them. At least I'll show this scheme, or it says something about how to argue about taste, because the 7 taste dimensions are different. There's a difference in the arguments when you use knowledge or teach about the 7 taste dimensions. The sense taste has a knowledge form as I sense, the pleasant I experience, the healthy I know, the moral it's my opinion, the religious I believe, the loving taste I feel, and the trendy taste I think. And in the right side of the scheme, you can see the form of arguments coupled up to these 7 taste dimensions. This was my presentation. I know it was a little bit another case in what we have heard about this afternoon, but it is the way we work with taste education and taste didactics in the Danish and Norwegian school system to make the children taste competent and being taste authorities. So thank you for me.
Evet, konferansımıza Danimarka'dan katılarak değerli görüşlerini bizlerle paylaşan Profesör Doktor Vistof'ta teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you.
Evet, programımız uzaktan eğitim dahil olmak üzere çocuklarımızın ekran başında çok uzun zaman geçirmesinden endişe duyduğumuz, biliyorsunuz, pandemi süreci. Çocuklar ekranda çok uzun süre kalıyor.
And children are spending long hours in front of screens during this pandemic, and once the pandemic is over, they will get back to school. And how can we ensure a safe and healthy return to schools? That is our next topic.
Konferansımız evet devam ediyor. Ben izin verirseniz tanıtım.
Our conference goes on. We will now listen to Betül Tchaikovsky on the topic of safe and healthy return to school, blended learning, digital literacy, and digital fatigue. You have the floor, Mrs. Tchaikovsky. Thank you very much.
In English, so I will go in that manner. And if I speak too fast, please just wave and I will slow down. Thank you everyone for inviting me to this wonderful event. I was very pleased. So far I listened to 3.5 presentations, and I'm not sure, maybe Karen can say this is maybe trendy taste, or is it, I'm not sure, maybe it's a trendy taste, it's a pleasant taste. I don't know how you would categorize my presentation, but it's about safe and healthy return to school. And more specifically, I will be talking about, more specifically, I will be talking about multimodal literacy, online learning to blended learning, some information about digital learning and its benefits and its issues. More specifically, I will be talking about digital fatigue. And then finally, I will finish my presentation with possible solutions. A little bit about me. I'm from University of Arizona. As you can see, it's early morning here. So if I have any mistake, please excuse me. I've been with the University of Arizona for quite some time, so I consider this and my experiences in learning. So what is digital literacy? This definition comes from American Library Association. It's a very well-known description of digital literacy. I'm not going to read the definition, but you can read it. There are 2 different parts of it. On the one side, the children need to be using technologies. Information literacy is part of it. On the other part, and they have to be able to evaluate, create, and criticize what they find. So there are 2 parts of it. But there is also in recent years another approach to look at literacy, new literacies, and it's called multimodal literacy. Multimodal meaning multiple modes. The New London Group in late 1990s came up with a new framework. And if you look at this little chart on the left, digital literacy is part of it, which includes media literacy, how to use and utilize information through the internet, visual literacy, information literacy, and obviously in order to do all of these things, you have to be using critical literacy. Now, multimodal literacy, as you can see, it's encompassing. This includes all of these literacies, so it's broader, it's more comprehensive, and it includes a wide range of modes or communication modes, I should say. In order to be multimodal or digitally literate, readers have to be understanding and making meaning out of the text that they read on the internet. Here is, I don't want to go into detail, but basically the New London Group came up with 5 different types of literacies: visual, spatial, gestural, linguistic, and audio. Obviously these are constantly changing, and as they change, the definition of literacy also change. So in the last 22 to 30 years, since the beginning of internet and internet technologies, we can say that literacy concept is pretty fluid. It's very flexible. And in the teaching process, this multimodal literacy concept is also used during the teaching process. Instructors, teachers, administrators, they can match the medium, the technology they use, with the kind of information they use, and to the audience, they are presenting this information too. So the audience, the type of information, and the medium is being used are considered part of this literacy. Now let's look at the pandemic. When I look at this number, and I did this research pretty recently, 1.2 billion students are out of school worldwide due to the pandemic. 1.2 billion. It's an unbelievable amount. So when people ask me how kids are influenced or affected by the pandemic, it really blows my mind. 1.2 billion. And so when we look at the impact, we also notice that the interruption to the student learning is not equal. Here in America, for instance, if you look at the numbers of COVID patients, most of them, the majority of the COVID patients are coming from minority groups, more specifically Hispanic and Black people. And so even, getting sick is not equal. So who's getting sick, who have the opportunities and who do not have. So we also talk about, and I kept hearing today, people mentioning learning loss. Well, we are still in the middle of the pandemic, so there is a lot of research going on, and we really don't know what that means for now. But when I looked at the research, I came up with this particular one, Carson 2015. Obviously, there was no pandemic at that time, but this person did a research about students who get sick and cannot attend to school for various reasons. And so, and they came up, what is interesting about this particular research is that they came up with this numbers, they quantified learning loss. Now, this is obviously a very rough idea, but it should give us an idea when we talk about learning loss. So he found out that when students lose 12 weeks of schooling, which is 60 school days, 2 months, and the learning loss is about 6%. So it's been about a year since the pandemic started. So we are talking about, what is it, 6 multiply 6, 36% learning loss. I apologize. Wonders of teaching online. 36% learning loss, which means 1/3 of what students learn in school has been lost already. So we know that, but we also know that this learning loss has been very unequal. But then the other part of the question is that, so what do we do about it? We know that these students are falling behind, learning loss is happening. And in America, we see so many different experiments and strategies, but there is no uniform idea as how to attack the problem. So this map, I just took this from UNESCO website. When I share my slides with you, you can click on it. Actually, this is an interactive map. So you can move your mouse around it and it'll give you information about the country. So this is to show you, I mentioned that 1.2 billion students are out of school. So Turkey here is dark blue. It means it's in winter break here. China is the same. In America, there's all kinds of things happening right now, all kinds of, some open, some closed, and this just shows you that there is no uniformity. And because there's no uniformity in terms of what's happening around the country, about the pandemic, the solutions are also quite messy. So in terms of digital learning, this has been a research topic for many, many years. We have considerable and established research. When I say online learning, I mean fully online learning. But there's also blended learning, which is face-to-face and so you can read from here, students can retain information, it's more convenient, it's flexible, it's speedy, affordable, effective, and can provide quality learning experiences. Having said this, most of this research comes from higher education, and here in the US, we have what is called virtual high school, so there's some experimentation at the high school level. But when you go down to elementary, preschool, kindergarten, middle school, the research is not there. Even in the US, there's no such research. So we have to take all this information with a grain of salt. And then, of course, convenience. This is also, as I mentioned, all these digital concepts are very flexible and constantly changing. What does convenience mean? Well, some people can say working from home is convenient, but I am like most people. I'm at the end of my patience, and I cannot look forward to be this pandemic to be inconvenient to me, so I can start going to work. So, again, we have to be careful with this. And obviously, there are some challenges as well. The biggest one is that what we call here online emergency teaching. Our semester usually starts here in early August, and by July 27, I had no idea if I were going to teach online, blended, or face-to-face. I have absolutely no idea because things were really going crazy at that time. And, but then I've been teaching online courses for many, many years, so it's all right for me, even, it means a little challenge. But can you imagine an entire university for faculty members who never taught online classes, just jumping onto online education and pushed, actually, they have no choice. And then after a few weeks, they started saying, oh, I teach online. And I said, no, you're not teaching online. You're just doing online emergency teaching. So we have to also, look at these differences. And, we are lucky our university provided some online training, but I do know that most colleges and universities provided absolutely no training for their faculty members. And there are technical issues. Multiple platforms, use of incompatible technologies, platforms, and this just keeps going on. Age-related issues, again, and we don't have enough research for the younger age kids, and they need more structured environments, and this online education sometimes is very problematic. And obviously, we have motivation issues for everyone, for any age group. It's a big one. For younger age kids, this means that they socialize. One of the disadvantages of the entire of it, right? And when we analyze this concept of digital fatigue, there are two parts of it. One is the physical part of it. The other part is the mental side. As you can see, I'm standing right now because I spend about 8 to 10 hours every day sitting at my desk, and I stopped doing it because of, it gives you back pain, your posture and your neck hurts, it's strain on the eye. And so, we can work on these physical signs and do better. But mental signs are a little more difficult. When you look at computer screen or any kind of screen, phone or tablet, whatever that may be, after a while, your attention suffers. You experience a focus issue and you become irritable, and you're not even aware that you're doing it, but it does happen. In terms of the solutions, physical relief, as I said, this is sort of easy to fix. We talk about a lot here in the US, digital detox. Well, some people do not have the luxury of just turning off their computers. They have to work, we have to work. But then pick your day, Saturday, Sunday, Friday afternoons, and just turn off all your computers and screens and go out and take some fresh air and do things. Just imagine that like in the old days in Turkey. Just imagine that electricity is gone. There's no electricity whatsoever. And what would you do? Just spend a half day and see how it's going to work. It really, really relaxes the mind, and you start looking at things completely differently. And the other one is, it's sort of, it may sound like a little prosaic, but it's taking a lot of regular breaks. Yeah, I'm not sure if the listeners are aware of this Pomodoro method, the tomato method, using a timer, right? And there are also, it's a little oxymoron, but there are also some digital ones. The research says that we cannot focus on anything more than 20-25 minutes. No matter how educated you are, you just cannot. So I have this small timer. My daughter has it. Every 25 minutes, because I'm working standing, I sit down. If you're sitting, stand up. Just take a walk, 5 minutes, and come back. Sometimes it's very annoying when that thing beeps in my ear, and I said, well, I'm in the middle of it, I'm just focused, I don't want to interrupt. But then you have to. You think you are working productively and effectively, but actually you are not. Your productivity goes down significantly. Speaking of productivity, this is all about productivity. How to increase productivity, how to be more effective in the work life. This is the research coming from there. So what are the solutions to all these problems? And I'm going to separate this in two different groups. One is the short term, and the other one is the long term. First one is an obvious one. We have to increase the teacher training. And the second one is obvious to online instructors like me, but it may not be obvious to people who put online, providing quality feedback. Because the practices of teaching and learning online is so different across the countries, across the world, we have to provide, and in this pandemic case, both for the students and parents, quality feedback of how they are doing, how they can do better, and students, because they are behind the screen, they are not sure if those tiny little video cameras, how do you see the student? Did she learn? Did she not learn? Does she have a question? And just staying in touch with the student constantly and providing quality feedback. Development of local and national resources. This is very important. Here in the US, we have what is called teacher networks. These are online networks. Probably every state has it. In Turkey, I can imagine Higher Education Council, or maybe the Ministry of Education, providing free, accessible, quality, easy to understand, easy to follow resources, free resources for teachers and administrators, as well as the students and their parents. Online tools are great for learning and teaching, but they can also be fun for socializing. So sometimes we can also go ahead and try to come up with, 5-10 minutes of our class, use it as an icebreaker, and give our students a chance to use it as a social platform. And then finally, humanize and learning environment. Sharing, some people use in Zoom this backgrounds. I don't. This is my office, and hopefully it just shows, my environment. It shows me as a human. I'm not trying to say that this is what everyone should be doing, but this is what works for me. So every instructor should think about what they can do to personalize and humanize the online learning environment, so that students can feel there's a human being behind the screen, and you're a teacher just, like in the classroom. Well, maybe not in the classroom, but you're a human who's in some question. Finally, long-term solutions. This is my hope, and everyone right now is talking about reforms. Because entire world forced to take a break or do things differently than usual, this is actually a big opportunity for us to think education system. And as you know, education systems, no matter where you are in the world, are the most backward, the most in need of, let's put it in a nice way, in need of desperate reform. And maybe we can use this pandemic to stop, think about, and what we can do to change the policies to make the education more effective for everyone. Online education, I have news for you. It's a new normal. So once this pandemic is over, part of it, maybe not as a fully online education format, but in some way or shape, it will continue because, again, going back to the convenience, it will be convenient for many, and it can provide pretty quality education experiences for all. Obviously, more research and training is needed to make this effective and successful. This I highlighted intentionally, lifelong learning. We talk about this all the time, but online learning really provides us a lot of opportunities to expand our horizons. I personally am taking language classes. If there was no pandemic, if I were to go to office, then I was not going to have that time. But now that I'm at home, spending 40 minutes with an instructor is not a big deal anymore. So I can, even in the middle of, my lunch break, I can take a language class. So that's a great thing. Whatever your interest, I think, if you're a student, if you're a teacher, online or digital learning really provides you with many opportunities and free opportunities to learn forever. And finally, skill building. I was just reading recently an article about all these information overload. It says in the article that we hear a lot, we read a lot, we learn a lot, but we don't develop new skills. It's all about information, but there's a limit for processing and using that information. And quite frankly, if we have to be honest, the majority of that information is useless. What you're going to do, knowing all that information, if you cannot create or use it for transformation purposes. So, but then skill building is something that can be used to solve real life problems. When people ask me, well, there's a lot of learning loss and kids are losing time and all these things are happening. And I always say, think positive. My child, I have a 9-year-old, and she has experience and she has learned skills that could not have been possible if this wasn't due to the pandemic. They learn resilience, they learn grit, they persevere, and there are other soft skills, what we call soft skill. Maybe they forget some of the math terms or language terms, but life is not about all math and social sciences or history. There are other skills that we have to develop in children or adults. And this pandemic, if there is a positive side to it, is helping us to develop strategies. So what did you do during the pandemic? What did you learn about yourself? What strategies have you developed to overcome the boredom, the being stuck at home or not being able to socialize? What did you do as a human being? And what opportunities this provided for you? Now, obviously, for some people, they don't have the luxury to think about these things. They lost their jobs, they lost lives, they lost their students, but for many of us, in a very hard way, we learn new skills. And some of those skills are very painful, but it taught us a great deal. And trust me, kids are very smart, and they learned a lot of skills as well. So that's my presentation. I don't want to use any more time. I know the conference is running late. And if you have any questions,
Evet, Uluslararası Beslenme ve Sağlık Okuryazarlığı Konferansı'na Amerika'dan katılan ve bizlere uzaktan eğitim konusunda düşünceleriyle farklı bakış açıları kazandıran, aynı zamanda ben de katılıyorum.
We want to thank Betty for joining this conference from America.
Bundan sonraki süreçte de pandemi sona erse de evet Profesör Doktor Zirkowski'ye
And I
çok
believe
teşekkür
her recommendations will continue impacting our life even after the pandemic. Professor Betül, thank you very much for joining our conference.
Evet, şimdi konferansımızın son konuşmacısı.
Well, now the very last speaker of our conference is from United States of America, from University of Nebraska. Professor Julie Thomas is with us. She will talk about involving families, parents to education. Professor Thomas, the floor is yours, madam.
Hello.
We can't hear you. I think you should turn on your microphone.
Hello.
Hello. You can speak. Thank you very much. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You can start your presentation.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, I want to share that picture. There we are. Thank you so much for including me in the conference conversations today. I was very glad to hear some of the comments from the previous presenter, and my comments actually dovetail quite nicely with what she talked about. My particular interest is in parent involvement. From my perspective as a teacher educator, I understand the role of parents to be quite important, and I've learned this over my research in the recent 20 years. I am thinking newly and differently about parent involvement given the magnitude of COVID-19 and its impact on families who are now sheltered at home, and now parents have been given some additional responsibilities about managing children's learning at home, even while the parents themselves are under duress. So I'm concerned about the well-being of parents and children, and I'm concerned about the psychological effects that the pandemic will have both on children and on parents. But the concern is that parents are in charge and in new kinds of ways. So that's the thinking with which I begin my remarks today. I want to talk a bit about what I mean by parent involvement, what it might look like online, why culture is important when we think about parent involvement, and how the pandemic may have changed opportunities and importance of parent involvement. So from my research and reading, parent involvement is the foundation of school success. It gives children real meaning and purpose to schooling, and it helps children to understand that their parents believe in them and how their parents believe in them and what their parents expect of them. So I purposely chose this illustration of the parent with the child on his shoulders. You see that the child is actually flying the kite. The parent is guiding the child, helping the child to learn about how to fly a kite. But the child is the learner and the parent is supporting the learner. So the
I'm not thinking of parent involvement of things like parents baking cakes and cookies to sell at school to help fundraise. I'm thinking more of how parents are in the minds and the feelings of children as they think of themselves as achievers and as they think of them, as they begin to believe in themselves. So more parents are cheerleaders and interpreters who encourage confidence and ensure connectedness and meaning in school experiences. So research suggests that there are considerable academic advantages to this kind of parent involvement, where children are more successful in school as a result of these parent, of this kind of parent participation. Research looks at things like ways parents help with homework, or how student attitudes about school change, or how attendance is modified by parent involvement, or how more frequent parent participation in parent-teacher conferences influences students' academic advantages. But these are the large groups of reasons about how and we know that parent involvement is in fact an academic advantage. In some fairly recent international research about, that's from PISA's research with 15-year-old students, one of the findings was that parent involvement influences 15-year-olds mathematics and science. It's math achievement that changes as a result of parent involvement. But in the case of science, researchers noted improved attitude about science. And interestingly, the source of those changes in attitude come from early childhood experiences like family trips to the zoo, family trips to science museums, backyard bug collections that parents help to support. So these are informal, out-of-school ways in which parents actually help with the long-term development of science learning attitudes and interests. In some of my research about how children conceptualize the work of a scientist, I also came to understand ways in which parents informally influence children's conceptual understandings. So my test prompt is draw a picture of a scientist. And I have organized those drawings into two categories, two general categories that I have learned to anticipate. One is a fairly stereotypical scientist, that's the scientist on your left, and the other is what I call a more expanded view of a scientist, the image on the right. So in the stereotypical view, you see that the child thinks of a scientist as something of a monster, working to do evil, usually in a dark kind of laboratory. In a more expanded view, the scientist is, might even be a female, and is working with data, in this case, averaging temperatures to predict future weather events. So whether the child has a stereotypical or an expanded view, these views are not formed solely by school science learning experiences. Rather, they're formed by social media, so television programs, movies that the children watch, all, again, opportunities to visit science museums. And so I'm convinced that parents also largely influence the way children generalize thinking about who scientists are And these ideas help to form the foundation of a child's interest and motivation toward science as a career. In another study, I looked at self-efficacy or positive beliefs in oneself. And I was interested to see how the three groups of my participants aligned. So I used a survey instrument, and I asked similar kinds of questions of children, parents, and teachers about science achievement. And what I learned was, so I asked children to say, I can do well in science. And they marked on a Likert scale from low to high how confident they were about their ability to do well in science. Similar Likert scales for parents and teachers on the same question. What I learned was that parents' expectancy for success at 3rd grade predicted the children's achievement at 5th grade. So it was a unique opportunity to see the power of parent involvement and how even though parents did influence children's expectancy for success, you can see that there was greater opportunity just directly to the child's achievement rather than there was some achievement mediated by the child's beliefs, but primarily it was novel to realize that the parents' expectancy directly impacted the children's achievement 2 years later. So this cartoon and messaging system was part of a new communication method that some colleagues of mine at the University of Nebraska and I developed at the onset of COVID. We were concerned about the ramifications of children now solely at home and parents taking on new responsibilities with regards to children's success in school. So we researchers worked a way to convert our research into recommendations and guidelines for parents at home. And we shared these messages via social media. So these went out as Facebook and Twitter feeds from the university. This one I'm sharing with you relies on that recent research study that I shared with you. So here's a mother envisioning that her son might one day be an astronaut. And the message for parents here is that they needn't worry about their child's success, that they were always in charge of their child's accomplishments. When you say, I know you will do well, you can do anything you put your mind to, you are shaping your child's own success story. And it shares a bit of the research about the work that we're doing at the university. So there were about 30 of these that we shared in the late spring, early summer. So I have a few ideas about what parent involvement might look like online. And I want to just touch briefly on 3 points. The one thing parents can do is to obviously help the child choose where to work, when to work, how frequently to work, helping the child make choices and helping the child break the work into what I call bite-sized pieces. So it's the planning and the organizing and the goal setting that I think parents can are managing to help children have a positive digital experience at home. The thing is, we don't really have any reliable research on the long-term outcomes of this experiment. But we do anticipate that there may well be some advantages about fluency with technology that children will take from this. What I'm suggesting here is what's within the parent's realm to help make this a positive experience. Parents can enhance the learning by taking time together and by helping children connect with their family and friends, to help offset the isolation and the worries that children have. So with regard to time outdoors, the previous speaker spoke about this a bit. From my perspective, it's the best antidote for electronic immersion. Some call nature vitamin N, and there's considerable research to suggest that nature inspires the senses and offsets stress. So these times outdoors, I know, can be challenging, but even small spaces, backyard spaces, can help children and parents alike. The other suggestion is that parents have an opportunity to take advantage of this at-home time by recalling family adventures or telling stories about grandparents. These kinds of family experiences help to build pride and confidence in the family, which also influences student achievement. Lastly, I want to suggest my third prompt for parent support is that parents really are the ones who are have the most responsibility right now to manage the health and well-being of children, and that's physical and mental and intellectual, all three realms. So perhaps the most important role for parents right now is to ensure healthy eating, healthy sleeping, which are both the basis of intellectual and emotional well-being. But I do think that once we return to normal, or whatever that normal is, the new normal, we will be able to take pride in our survival and miss these opportunities for family bonding and personal growth. So it may be these may be the silver lining of the pandemic and the real source of opportunity for parents. One way to relieve stress and anxiety and loneliness is to reach out to others. And so parents can help children to come up with ways to brighten someone else's day in an effort to help relieve some of their stress and loneliness. And lastly, parents can ensure that there are moments of joy and opportunity to practice passions. So the picture I chose here is of a young lady friend of mine. She's a first grader, and she lives from one week to the next during this pandemic to participate in an online dance lesson with her ballet teacher. So this makes her week and helps her to remain joyful. When we think about parent involvement, we need to understand that not all families are the same. So my metaphor here is of the penguin family. This family is not like our family, but like each family, these parents have responsibility and they have care and concern about their child. But their interests have to do with where they live and how they need to survive and what's important in their experience of the world. And the same is true of each ethnicity and each culture group in our schools. So it makes it challenging for schools to engage in and to favor and give weight to family involvement in schools because there are so many differences. But the reality is that our future management of equity, of public education, really has to do with our continuing appreciation of the diversity of families and cultures in our schools. And this is a challenge when it comes to parent involvement. So in the US, for example, Latino parents are not involved in school at all, generally speaking. These are parents who consider by culture that it's the school's job to educate children. Chinese Americans in the United States, by way of differentiation, generally speaking, have very high aspirations for their children's schoolwork, and they're very involved as parents to the point where they are very careful about the neighborhood they live in because the neighborhood is linked to a specific school opportunity. In another way to think about this, in the United States, middle class parents, so parents not of high socioeconomic status or low, but parents in the middle socioeconomic status and above, understand that house schools are a pathway from elementary school to high school to college. But not all socioeconomic groups understand how schools can play an advantage in managing socioeconomic status. So when I think about how schools might become friendlier to families and different cultures, I think schools are challenged to value parent involvement, but there are ways in which teachers need to learn how to appreciate and understand family cultures in ways that then teachers can help give guidance with homework and to help parents engage, to help them know how to engage, and also to help parents know about college career pathways. Ways to help parents feel welcomed and ways to help parents understand and be interested in participating in their child's school learning. So what I think has happened here is that COVID has helped teachers. We didn't plan this, but we've left parents with a lot of responsibility that parents might not otherwise, or that teachers might not otherwise have shared with parents. So what I'm hoping is that this COVID experience in the new normal will help to generate future opportunities to enhance and encourage parent involvement. Because in my research, I know that it matters. I know that parents' belief and expectancy of their children's success in school influences school achievement. So these are some things that I think we still need to understand. How do we build a new construct for parent involvement, all parents? And how do we communicate in ways that help parents feel welcome and understand how they might help? So I think this is going to involve new awareness of the cultural context of students and how to work with parents. I think that we need for parents to understand about that knowledge and skill is not a gift, that you're not born as a brilliant scientist, but that These are skills that one develops and builds over time. And so that parents can understand the possibilities for their own children are quite broad. And I think that we need to change the way in which we prepare teachers so that new teachers just coming out of certification program will have better ideas about how to contextualize learning experiences that meet the interests of their school families. Generally, how to build and maintain family relationships. I've shared with you here at the end of my slides some links. They're the links to the parent tips, the full suite of tips that we developed, and 2 resources that I think might also be helpful for any of you who might be interested in continuing to think about parent involvement. And lastly, here's my contact information, and I would be most happy to respond, to engage in conversation or to respond to any questions that you might have.
Evet, değerli görüşleri için Profesör Doktor Julia Thomas'a da teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz.
Thank you.
Konferansımızın sonuna gelmiş bulunuyoruz. Pandemi gibi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally arrived at the end of this conference. This is an extraordinary situation, of course, and today we have discussed various topics. We believe that we will overcome these times with the contribution of everyone. Thank you very much to the Sabri Hünkar Foundation for bringing us together. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the presenters and everyone that contributed to the organization of this conference. Distinguished colleagues, dear friends, listeners, dear audience and members of the press, thank you very much for your participation. I hope we will look into a brighter future in due time.